Chapter 857. Chu Yang's guess was right. This man in black was the legendary #1 blood pair expert in the world, Wei Wuyan. Wei Wuyan. It was said that there was no blood pair mission that couldn't be completed by this person. As long as Wei Wuyan accepted the bounty of a blood pair, then the person on the bounty would definitely die. Wei Wuyan was famous for being mysterious. It was said that no one knew what Wei Wuyan looked like, and no one knew what level of cultivation Wei Wuyan had. The world's #1 painter, Su Danqing, had seen Wei Wuyan before, but when he wanted to draw a portrait of Wei Wuyan, he found that he couldn't draw at all. Every expert had their own charm and unique temperament, but Wei Wuyan didn't. Facing Wei Wuyan, Su Danqing actually fell into a daze, because no matter what, he couldn't see anything special about Wei Wuyan. After Wei Wuyan left, Su Danqing locked himself in the studio for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he vomited blood and fainted, because not only could he not draw, but he also forgot what Wei Wuyan looked like the moment Wei Wuyan left. And he completely forgot. He had no impression at all. What was the most important thing for a painter? Wasn't it eyesight, memory, insight, and brushwork? These were the most basic things. Now that such a thing had happened, how could Su Danqing, the painter of his generation, not break down? The only time the Blood Payers Hall had offered a bounty for a supreme martial artist was completed by Wei Wuyan. Although he was only a first-grade supreme martial artist, Wei Wuyan's strength was daunting. Wei Wuyan was always alone. He had never fallen in love with anyone and never needed anyone's help. No matter how difficult the task was, he wouldn't ask for help. There was once a blood pair expert who was ranked #2 who contacted Wei Wuyan and wanted to cooperate with him, but was rejected by him. What everyone didn't expect was that although Wei Wuyan didn't ask for help in everything, he had a weakness. He was a foodie. However, although this food was delicious, he also had his principles. Firstly, no one knew his true identity. Secondly, as long as he ate a meal, he would repay them adequately. Therefore, although Wei Wuyan was delicious, he ate with a clear conscience. No one could refuse Wei Wuyan's repayment. Moreover, after being eaten by him, they would still have to thank him profusely. Wei Wuyan liked this feeling, but this time he had miscalculated. He had never thought that Chu Yang would refuse. From his point of view, one of the siblings was sick, while the other's cultivation level was low. To pass through the Black Pine Forest and walk out of the southeast region, especially in this troubled period, this was simply an impossible task. Escorting them, there was a good opportunity that ordinary people could not even dream of. Therefore, Wei Wuyan was invited to sit down without hesitation. Who would have thought that after eating, Wei Wuyan, who had never owed anyone anything, actually owed someone a love? Under such circumstances, how could he really go far? Of course, he had to hide on one side. He thought to himself, even if you don't want me to escort you, I will quietly solve the problem for you. So, I don't owe you anything. Then he heard Chu Yang's words and immediately regretted it. Rely on yourself for everything and never owe anyone anything. This is the creed of me, Wei Wuyan. Why did this little mouth say it? In an instant, Wei Wuyan only felt a little disappointed, but also a little sympathetic. After the meal, the two of them set off again. The cold autumn wind blew all the way. Chu Yang pretended not to know that Wei Wuyan was secretly following them. Of course, he was pretending to be confused. But Wei Wuyan had absolute confidence. With my cultivation level and stealth skills, even a high-level supreme martial artist might not be able to detect me if I follow them secretly. Otherwise, how could I complete so many blood payers' missions? But he would never have thought that this person, who was only a 4th or 5th stage martial emperor in his eyes, actually possessed a divine soul power that was unparalleled in the entire heavenly realm. In Chu Yang's visualization, Wei Wuyan, who thought that he was stealthily moving in the dark, was simply as dazzling as walking in front of the carriage openly. After walking for more than 20 miles, they finally met with trouble. two black-clothed men caught up from behind like a gust of wind. They overtook the carriage like lightning. Then one of them seemed to have thought of something and stopped, blocking the road. The other one stopped as well. Just as he was wondering, the one who stopped first laughed strangely and said, "Little kid, what a handsome horse! Isn't it a pity to use it to pull the carriage? Come, come, come. Let me ride it on the road. It'll save some energy." These two men galloped all the way at an extremely fast speed. Originally, they didn't ride horses because they were confident that their speed was faster than fast horses. But now, seeing that they were only a few hundred miles away from their destination, they felt tired. Besides, they were going to risk their lives. How could they not conserve their energy? Since there was only such a short distance left, and they met such a carriage here, wouldn't it be a gift from the heavens to them? But these two men were really unlucky. They had persevered for thousands of miles. Why did they have to cause trouble in the last bit of the journey? It would have been fine if he had stopped, but he had sent both his legs into the depths of hell, because they would never have thought that the people they had provoked were actually the king of hell of the present age, and they had provoked two of them at the same time. One in the open and one in the dark. Wei Wuyan immediately became spirited. Looking at these two men, they should also be blood payers experts who responded to the bounty offered by the blood payers and went to help the Huang clan earn purple crystals. Such a cultivation level wasn't something that this little kid could deal with. As long as the situation is critical, I'll take action at any time to repay the kindness of this meal. From now on, I don't owe anyone anything. Wei Wuyan was actually a little excited in his heart. Little kid, do you think that everyone can do it without owing anyone anything? You're wrong. Only those with strength can do it without asking for anything. Chu Yang's eyes were cold as he looked at these two men. Yes, their cultivation levels are not bad. They've both reached the first stage of monarch level. You want my horse? Chu Yang smiled. He sat on the horse and looked down at the two men. Although he was smiling, his expression was cold. The two men were used to being domineering. When they saw Chu Yang's contemptuous look, they immediately flew into a rage. Get down. Little brat, you're still pretending to be mysterious. It's your honor that I want your horse. Chu Yang smiled and suddenly floated down from the horse. Wei Wuyan, who was in the dark, was startled at the same time, because as Chu Yang floated down, sword aura suddenly soared to the sky. A sharp sword intent was emitted from Chu Yang's body in a crisscross manner. The long swords at the waists of the two men automatically popped out of their sheaths with a loud sword cry. There was actually a sense of excitement and exhilaration in the sword cry. The two long swords made of ordinary iron seemed to have been stimulated at this moment when they faced the Sword King. A light flashed in midair, and Chu Yang had already turned into a stream of light. What harm is there in slaughtering everyone in the world? If it were other people, it might be possible to reason with them. Even if they were stronger than the other party, they could still patiently tease them before killing them. But in the face of such people, Chu Yang didn't even have the mood to say a word. He could only kill them. He wasn't interested in talking at all. Wei Wuyan, who was in the dark, almost popped his eyes out. Damn, he's actually a sword sovereign, and his level isn't low. This time, Old Wei has really misjudged. Just now, Wei Wuyan was caught off guard. Even his sword almost popped out. Luckily, Wei Wuyan was strong and reacted quickly. He suppressed his sword at the first moment and didn't expose himself. The two men were caught off guard. They immediately touched the sword hilt at their waists, but what they touched was the cold sword edge. Only then did they remember that their long swords had popped out automatically. Just with this slight hesitation, Chu Yang's sword light had already shot over like lightning. The two men felt cold when the sword light touched their bodies. Sword sovereign! The two men exclaimed at the same time. For a moment, they were both regretful. Motherfucker, I've been walking for thousands of miles and taking detours whenever I see something. Now that I've finally arrived here, I've actually offended a sword emperor in the last 200 to 300 miles. Why did you want to save your energy? The first man roared. He couldn't care less about the regret on his face. He retreated quickly and pulled out his sword. But just as he unsheathed his sword, the sword light from the other side had already arrived in front of him. Blocked! With a click, the sword that had just been unsheathed was cut into 2 pieces like a piece of wood. He exclaimed and retreated desperately. He shouted, "Domain!" A vacuum-sealed space appeared in front of him. In the dense forest, Wei Wuyan sighed deeply. He actually wants to use a domain to block a high-level sword sovereign. I don't know how this martial monarch is doing. He should be at least dozens of kilograms if he's not dozens of years old. He's so ignorant. He could have escaped with his life, but once this domain appeared, both of us are finished. Wei Wuyan was a little depressed. Looks like I'm not needed again. Field. Chu Yang snorted coldly. His long sword continued to move forward. When it touched the sealed space, it burst like a soap bubble. The domain of a martial monarch was actually broken by a sword. That man spat out a mouthful of blood. His divine soul was seriously injured. He desperately dodged to one side. The long sword rushed past him with a sharp whistle. Blood flew like rain. Half of his body was already stained with blood. With just one sword, his left arm had disappeared and turned into minced meat. Even 2 ribs on his left chest were broken. A large piece of flesh was scraped off from the left side of his face. He staggered back and screamed inaudibly. His face had already turned pale, but Chu Yang's face was cold and hard. He didn't stop at all. The sword light flew up again. It was still the same move as before. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? Kill him while he's sick. The sword light was like a meteor. This man screamed. He couldn't care less about his serious injuries. He quickly rolled on the ground and desperately released hidden weapons to block Chu Yang. But he was facing a sword sovereign. Since he had lost the initiative and was seriously injured by his opponent, his ending was basically doomed. The sword light flashed. This man screamed in despair. Blood spurted out from his chest. He staggered and retreated. Chu Yang had already turned around like a whirlwind and rushed towards another person. In the dense forest, Wei Wuyan sighed deeply. His eyes were full of doubts. A 4th-grade sword sovereign who's not even 20 years old. How can there be such a genius in this world? Why haven't I heard of him before? To be continued. Chapter 858. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. First update another person came to his aid desperately with his sword. Chu Yang had just turned around when this person had already rushed to him. Just as this absolute defense was about to be launched, 2 rays of sword light had already met in the air. The thin swords clashed in the air and actually made a deafening sound, as if a big hammer had smashed on metal. Chu Yang's clothes fluttered behind him. He flew straight for more than 100 feet, his chest heaving up and down. This time he had really clashed head-on with a monarch-level expert. Although Chu Yang had used his exquisite sword techniques to offset some of the power, his cultivation was still not as strong as the other parties. Latest chapter of the Holy Hall, that person rushed up with a hideous smile. Little one, is this all you've got? Chu Yang's face changed. His body shook and he launched the fleeting snow cloud movement. Launching the fleeting snow cloud movement with the strength of an emperor-level expert. He was really as agile as a swimming dragon. That person attacked repeatedly, but couldn't even touch Chu Yang's shadow. He couldn't help but feel more and more terrified. Chu Yang's sword light was faintly discernible. A feeling of extreme danger suddenly shrouded this person's heart. Sword energy suddenly erupted. Chu Yang defended for dozens of moves and finally found an opportunity to turn from defense to offense. But who knew that just as he was about to launch his sword attack, he saw this guy suddenly fly back and rush in another direction. Chu Yang's pupils shrank. Over there, Chu Luer's head was sticking out of the carriage. and that person was rushing towards her. Wei Wuyan secretly rejoiced. He thought, "It's finally my turn to attack." At this moment, Wei Wuyan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. His heart shook and he looked over in horror. He saw that the sword light on Chu Yang's side had already turned into the scorching sun in the sky. Then, it turned into a long rainbow shooting through the sky. In a moment of desperation, Chu Yang directly used all his techniques. In the blink of an eye, the sword went from a single ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet to "You shall be worry-free as long as I'm alive." 10 moves were like a flash flood. Wei Wuyan saw a billowing storm coming towards him. The storm swept over the person who was speeding away. That person was still 70 to 80 feet away from Chu. He did not even have the chance to scream before he turned into fragments that filled the sky. Net, the torrent surged and rushed toward the forest where Wei Wuyan was hiding. Wei Wuyan sighed gloomily. He lowered his body and sank 100 feet into the ground. The storm of sword energies swept across the woods with a loud rumble, directly plowing out a 50 feet wide and 400 to 500 feet long road. All the trees, not even a single root was left on the ground. They all turned into powder, filling the entire sky densely. Then they fell from the sky like snow, and it didn't stop for a long time. When Wei Wuyan crawled out from the ground, he found that Chu Yang had already driven the carriage far away. Voices came from afar. "Big brother, you're so amazing." The little lowly's voice was filled with admiration. Of course, hearing these 2 words, one could imagine a certain someone's arrogant expression. "You didn't even ask for their names before killing them. How terrifying," the little lowly said. It's meaningless to ask for a dead person's name. A certain someone was obviously enjoying the adoring gaze of the little lowly. He was a little arrogant. "Well, no wonder you didn't let that black-robed man protect us," the little lowly said with a sudden realization. "Ha ha ha ha. I still have to protect him when I'm free," a certain someone boasted shamelessly. Wei Wuyan only felt that his stomach was bulging. He shook his body and shook off the dust on his body. There was actually a thick pile of dust at his feet. Wei Wuyan leaped up and was about to chase after Chu Yang. Now, he was more and more interested in this Chu Yang. Wei Wuyan had a fortuitous encounter when he was young, and he was also taught by a famous teacher. He was already an emperor-level expert when he was only 20 years old. After that, he fought repeatedly and walked step by step to his current, unshakable position in the bloody world. It could be said that his life was smooth sailing, but it could also be said that he had gone through a lot of hardships. But he asked himself honestly, when he was Chu Yang's age, he definitely didn't have Chu Yang's combat power. But at this moment, he frowned as if he had noticed something. A familiar aura appeared not far ahead. Sacred Hall the target this time. Wei Wuyan swept past like a gust of wind. This time, Wei Wuyan came to the Black Pine Forest not for the reward of the battle between the Huang clan and the Shao clan, but because he had received news that his mission, which had been for half a year, had finally appeared in this area. That was why he came. The person that Wei Wuyan wanted to kill this time was Inyang Bridge. Wan Renjie, a martial artist at the peak of the martial saint level and the #1 thief in the southeast region. But he was given a nickname by all the heavenly layer martial artists, Wan Renjie. It was said that Wan Renjie was dissolute and shameless. His cultivation was high, and he appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Moreover, he specialized in intercepting the goods of law enforcement officers and big clans. As long as it belonged to law enforcement officers and big clans, even if it was a grain of rice, he would intercept it. But he didn't touch the other forces. He was a strange person. Wei Wuyan originally didn't want to kill Wan Renjie, but he urgently needed purple crystals this time. Wan Renjie's bounty had soared from 8,000 purple crystals all the way to 70,000 purple crystals today. This number made Wei Wuyan's heart palpitate. That was why he accepted it. But after chasing him for half a year and fighting him 3 times, Wanrenjia managed to escape. This time, Wei Wuyan made sufficient preparations. He swore not to let Wanrenjia escape from his hands again. Now, Wanrenjia's unique aura finally appeared. Wei Wuyan was overjoyed. Speaking of which, he had to thank Chu Yang for this. If it wasn't for his strong sword aura that had aroused Wanrenjia's curiosity, it was really hard to say when he would be able to stop this guy. Wei Wuyan's body was like a black flowing light, flashing and disappearing. Chu Yang rode on the horse and chatted with Yu Chu and Lu all the way, luring Wei Wuyan to catch up. Suddenly, Chu Yang's whole body shook and his face changed. In his spiritual sense, there were 3 strong auras in front. Each of these 3 auras was almost not inferior to Han Shaoran. Chu Yang was shocked. Where did these 3 peerless experts come from in such a barren mountain? Among these 3 auras, one was very obvious, but the other 2 were very hidden. Just from the distribution of the auras, Chu Yang could analyze that this was a trap. One of them must have appeared as a bait to lure the enemy to attack, while the other 2 were lying in ambush at the side, ready to ambush. Chu Yang was puzzled. Is this the main battlefield of the Yi clan and the Xiao clan? But even if it's the main battlefield of the 2 clans, it's impossible to send out these 3 peerless experts at the same time. The current battle situation obviously hasn't reached the stage of sending out such experts. Sensing with his spiritual sense, Wei Wuyan suddenly accelerated and caught up with him like a flash of lightning. In an instant, he overtook the carriage and entered the dense forest ahead. Chu Yang was shocked. Wei Wuyan. The opponent's target is Wei Wuyan? But who is so resourceful to be able to grasp Wei Wuyan's whereabouts? But no matter what, this is really strange. Chu Yang pulled the reins and the horse stopped. Seeing that it was already afternoon, Chu Yang was silent for a while and finally got down from the horse. He said, "Don't move. I'll go ahead and take a look." Something big must have happened in front. Chu Lu nodded obediently. "Big brother, go ahead. I'm not afraid." Chu Yang chuckled and stopped the carriage. Then he silently made a big hole between 2 big trees at the side of the carriage and let Chu Lu hide in it. He used the 1,000 Phantom technique to massage Chu Lu's blood and let it stay in her body. In this way, as long as Chu Lu didn't crawl out, no one would be able to discover her hiding place. Then he cleverly covered the top and sprinkled a layer of topsoil. This place became a seamless hiding place. Even if someone discovered the carriage, they wouldn't discover Chu Lu. The carriage can be lost, but Lu can't be lost. Chu Yang thought. Lu, stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon, Chu Yang exhorted. Chu Lu nodded obediently. There were obviously 4 experts preparing for a decisive battle ahead. If he brought Chu Lu along, Chu Yang wasn't confident that he could protect her. But there was a road ahead that they had to pass through. So, Chu Yang could only stop here. With his divine soul, he could feel that this place was outside the attack range. It was absolutely foolproof. Chu Yang rushed out of the dense forest and said in his consciousness space, "Sword Spirit, I'm afraid I've caused you to possess my body this time. With my own strength, I'm afraid I'll be discovered by them before I reach the heart circle." The sword spirit chuckled. Then, the 2 of them changed their bodies without anyone noticing. The sword spirit controlled the body. The sword spirit's spiritual power and Chu Yang's spiritual power fused together and formed an incomparably powerful spiritual power. The black figure turned into a streamer in an instant. It shot forward. Wei Wuyan walked forward for 7 to 8 miles and suddenly stopped. On the roadside ahead, a man in green was standing with his hands behind his back. He nodded and smiled at Wei Wuyan. He had a graceful bearing. The corners of his face were protruding and his eyes were as sharp as swords. His posture was tall and straight. Just by standing there, he was like an unshakable mountain. It was Wanrenjia. Wei Wuyan suddenly stopped from running at a high speed. His movements were as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. There wasn't the slightest bit of effort. His eyes became dangerous and sharp. Waiting for me. Wan Renjie turned around slowly. Wei Wuyan, long time no see. Wei Wuyan smiled faintly. Wan Renjie, are you here to deliver purple crystals for me? Wan Renjie said indifferently, as long as you can take it. It would be my honor to earn a few purple crystals for Brother Wei with my head. He rolled his eyes and said, I'm afraid that Brother Wei will overreach himself and step onto the Yinyang Bridge in my hands. Wei Wuyan chuckled. I've already seen the Yinyang Bridge. It's just S.O. Wan Renjie lowered his hands behind his back. When he raised them up, they were already in front of him. With a soft sound, a strange-shaped weapon appeared in his hands. This was a sword, but it was half as short and twice as wide as an ordinary sword. The sword blade was divided into two sides. One side was as white as snow, while the other side was as black as ink. Yinyang Bridge was not only Wan Renjie's nickname, but also the name of this sword. Black and white sword, Yinyang Bridge. Wei Wuyan's pupils contracted. Looking at this strange sword, he said in a low voice, This must be the famous Yinyang Bridge. I haven't seen it in the previous few battles. Today I finally see it. It's indeed a murderous weapon. Chapter 859. Yes, this is the Yinyang Bridge. Wan Renjie stared at the sword in his hand affectionately and said lightly, When you see the Yinyang Bridge, you will cross it with your sword. When you see the Yinyang Bridge, you will cross it. Wei Wuyan, you've been through so much wind and snow in your life. You've even been nurtured by your parents. It'll be a pity if you die on my Yinyang Bridge. Wei Wuyan, it's not too late for you to give up this mission. Wan Renjie raised his head and looked at Wei Wuyan. He said seriously, I really don't want to kill you. Wei Wuyan smiled. You don't want to kill me? I'd like to hear your reason. Why don't you want to kill me? Wan Renjie smiled heavily. In the whole southeast region, there aren't many people who can catch my eye. But you, Wei Wuyan, are a real man. I'm an enemy of law enforcement officers and big clans. But I don't want to be an enemy of you. Wei Wuyan was silent for a moment and said, It's a pity that I've already accepted your mission. Before that, I don't want to be an enemy of you. Wan Renjie pondered and frowned. You have difficulties? Wei Wuyan smiled lightly. Who doesn't have difficulties in this world? Wan Renjie said, Good, good, good. He said good 3 times in a row. His expression gradually became cold and piercingly cold. The qi in his body was also surging. He said solemnly, It seems that you have to kill me. I don't want to kill you, but if I don't, I won't be able to get those 70,000 purple crystals. Wei Wuyan said. Wan Renjie smiled. It's a pity that you won't be able to get those 70,000 purple crystals, and you'll also lose your life here. He clapped his hands and said, Brothers, come out and meet the #1 blood payer expert in the southeast region. Wei Wuyan smiled lightly. I saw you here alone, so I knew that you must have a helper. I'm curious about who's so daring to help you, even though he knows that I'm the one who wants to deal with you. He smiled disdainfully and said, This kind of precedent can't be set. Net. A voice sounded behind him from afar. Can't we set a precedent like this? Wei Wuyan? Wei Wuyan floated up like a willow catkin and moved 30 feet to the right to avoid Wan Renjie's frontal attack. He then turned sideways and looked behind him. A yellow-robed man suddenly appeared 300 feet away, floating over like a gust of wind. His legs did not move, and his whole body was 3 feet above the ground, as if he was riding the wind. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, making him look indescribably dashing. This yellow-clothed man had a square face and big ears. His face was square, and his skin was fair. 3 strands of long beard floated in front of his chest. His eyebrows were thick like swords, but his eyes seemed to be nested in his eye sockets, slender and sharp. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 feet away. He then stopped and landed on the ground. He smiled faintly. Wei Wuyan, do you recognize me? Wei Wuyan took a breath. Road of life and death. Chengduing? The eyes of the yellow-robed man flashed with lightning, and he said a little desolately, Brother Wei is really knowledgeable. Yes, I'm Chengduing. I didn't expect Brother Wei to know that there's someone like me in the pugilistic world. Wei Wuyan only felt bitterness in his mouth, and he said, Experts in the pugilistic world are very famous. How can I not know you? Chengduing said amiably, Brother Wei, you're too arrogant. I'm just trying to make a living. How can I be compared to Brother Wei, who's the #1 blood payer in the world? Wei Wuyan sighed. The road of life and death in the human world is crossed several times by ghosts. Every time they come and go, they become Duing, sending you back. Brother Cheng, you're known as the ferryman of life and death. Why do you want to get involved in this? Chengduing also sighed. I also don't want to. But it's a pity that you want to kill the Yinyang Bridge. If the Yinyang Bridge is broken, where's the road of life and death? I have no choice but to do so. I hope Brother Wei can be considerate when you step on the Yinyang Bridge and cross the road of life and death. Wei Wuyan's face really changed this time. His voice was heavy, and his heart also became heavy. If the Yinyang Bridge is broken, where's the road of life and death? So, the three of you know each other? And the other one is also here? Why don't you come out and let me see you? Net, a gloomy voice, said, You're indeed the #1 blood payer expert in the world. You're so knowledgeable. I'm Bao Buhuan. Greetings, Brother Wei. Wei Wuyan changed his position again. He slowly turned around and looked in the direction where the voice came from. He sighed, I see. Along with the gloomy voice, a figure in black appeared like a ghost. Like a weightless kite, he hung on the treetops 100 feet away and floated. Wei Wuyan, I'm Bao Buhuan from the Netherworld Crossing. Once I enter the Netherworld Crossing, I promise I won't return. Wei Wuyan's face became obscure. He took a deep breath and felt the internal qi in his chest and abdomen surging. He laughed. When you see the Yinyang Bridge, you'll cross it, send you back to the road of life and death, and advise you not to return. Once I enter the Netherworld Crossing, I promise I won't return. He laughed deeply and said, I really didn't expect the three of you to be one. The one who surprised me the most is you, Chengduing. No wonder Wei Wuyan was surprised. Wan Renjia from the Yinyang Bridge was the #1 thief in the southeast region. Bao Buhuan from the Netherworld Crossing was the #1 killer in the southeast region. Chengduing from the Road of Life and Death was the blood payer with the second highest completion rate in the southeast region, just below Wei Wuyan. Who would have thought that the three of them, who never interfered with each other, actually had a connection with each other, and such a close connection? The three of them laughed at the same time. No wonder you're puzzled, because those who know about this matter are all dead. Wei Wuyan said heavily, It's indeed a secret. May I know the reason? Wan Renjia said lightly, Brother Wei, since you're about to die, I'll tell you. The three of us were taught by 3 blood brothers. Brother Wei, have you heard of the Kaitian 3 heroes? Wei Wuyan was suddenly enlightened. He sighed, I see. No wonder you're here today. The Kaitian 3 heroes are said to be invincible when the 3 of you join forces. No wonder you have the confidence to kill me. No wonder you treat the big clans and law enforcement officers as your enemies. The faces of the 3 of them turned ugly at the same time. Chengduing said, It's good that you know. Wei Wuyan laughed and said, Back then, the Kaitian 3 heroes said that they were invincible when the 3 of them joined forces. But because of this, they provoked Yi. Ha. Yi flew and attacked. Within 5 moves, the Kaitian 3 heroes were defeated. From then on, they swore not to enter the capital for the rest of their lives. Is this true? The eyes of the 3 of them turned angry at the same time. Wei Wuyan laughed loudly. 100 years ago, the Kaitian 3 heroes robbed the law enforcement officers in the southwest region and wantonly made trouble. But they happened to meet the senior law enforcement officer, Feng Yuro, who was patrolling the southwest region. The 3 of them joined forces and fought with Feng Yuro. Within 3 moves, they were also fatally injured. From then on, they retreated and hid, never appearing in the martial world again. The faces of the 3 of them turned even uglier. Wei Wuyan said, "I heard that Feng Yuro is a woman," and, although they were defeated within 3 moves, in fact, Feng Yuro only used 1 move. Each of the 3 of them suffered 1 move at the same time. That's all. Wei Wuyan laughed and said, "The Kaitian 3 heroes are invincible. Ha ha ha. Actually, the last 2 words of my name should be given to your 3 teachers. Wuyan, ha ha ha, Wuyan, I don't have the face to face all the heroes in the world anymore." Wan Renjia of the Inyang Bridge scolded furiously, "Wei Wuyan, you have to pay the price for slandering my teacher." His figure was like lightning, and he flew over like a rainbow. The black and white sword in his hand turned into a white light and a black gas and flew over. Wei Wuyan laughed loudly. He didn't unsheath his sword, but met the attack with his bare hands. Wan Renjia snorted, "Old man, I'm not taking advantage of you." Seeing that Wei Wuyan didn't use his sword, he also kept his sword and fought with his fists and legs. As their figures drifted, the 2 of them met in the air. With a bang, the 2 of them flew up like a rocket. They punched and kicked each other in the air as they continued to fly up. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already formed a whirlwind in the air. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, all the trees fell in all directions at the same time. The power of the battle between the 2 of them was actually so terrifying. The sound of the air exploding was like firecrackers during the New Year. Wei Wuyan attacked with a palm, and Wan Renjia countered with a finger. Wei Wuyan's palm turned into a fist halfway. Boom! Wan Renjia's 2 fingers were like a sword, and he poked. Wei Wuyan pointed with his finger, and Wan Renjia countered with his palms. In an instant, there were countless changes. In the end, the 2 of them actually exchanged their attacking forms. Wei Wuyan pointed at Wan Renjia's palm. Wan Renjia snorted, and his overlapping palms stretched out, launching a sneak attack at lightning speed. Wei Wuyan elbowed him. With a bang, the 2 of them somersaulted and floated away from each other in the sky. Looking from below, one could only see a whirlwind suddenly turning into 2 people. Then, the 2 of them suddenly separated. From the size of a normal person, they turned into the size of a soybean. Then, in the blink of an eye, they floated back to the size of a normal person and turned into a whirlwind again. Below the 2 of them was a small hill. As they fought, the whirlwind spiraling down from the sky became more and more intense. The trees on the hill suddenly leaned back and then cracked. Finally, they were uprooted and disappeared without a trace. The sword spirit was hiding behind a big rock and was watching this fierce battle with rapt attention. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. After such a long time, it's only today that I've seen a real battle between experts. You have to watch it carefully. For someone of your cultivation level, the changes in the artistic conception of a battle between experts of this level is a blessing that you can only come across by chance. Chu Yang didn't say anything. He only watched the battle in the sky and silently simulated, deduced, studied, and tried to crack it in his heart. In the midst of the fierce battle, Wei Wuyan suddenly let out a long howl. He shook his arms and flew up. He actually left the battle circle and came to an absolute high altitude. Wan Renjia was so excited that he didn't want to let go. He also flew up and chased after Wei Wuyan. But when he went up, Wei Wuyan had already pulled himself up to a height of more than 1,000 feet 3 times in a row. Underground, it was almost impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. On the ground, Cheng Duiying's face changed. He shouted, "Big brother, draw your sword. Yinyang Bridge. Wei Wuyan is going to kill." Chapter 860. Wan Renjie clearly heard his brother's words, but he didn't draw his sword. He only looked up at Wei Wuyan's figure. His body actually stopped in midair, and his palms slowly drew a few circles, setting up a defense in front of himself. Martial Yinyang, then he crossed his palms in front of his chest. There was actually a faint sound of wind and thunder from his palms. Cheng Duiying sighed deeply. He took out his life and death saber and flew up to the top of the mountain, ready to help at any time. The sword spirit said, "Have you seen through it?" Chu Yang said, "What have I seen through it?" The sword spirit said, "At this level, it's a battle of wits and courage. Wei Wuyan's strategic grasp is already quite perfect." Chu Yang pondered and said, "You mean?" The sword spirit said slowly, "The three of them have surrounded Wei Wuyan, so Wei Wuyan can't run away. Once he escapes, he'll immediately be besieged by the three of them, no matter how powerful Wei Wuyan is. He's no match for the three of them at the same time. So Wei Wuyan can only fight. Looking for opportunities in the battle is Wei Wuyan's only way out." Chu Yang recalled the standing positions of the four people before this and said affirmatively, "Exactly." The sword spirit said, "So, after Wei Wuyan knew the identity of the other party, he immediately insulted them. Moreover, he had given a real example. Under such circumstances, someone would definitely make a move out of anger, and this person would be Wei Wuyan's first target. And this person must be the eldest martial brother of the three." The sword spirit said, "If the eldest martial brother doesn't attack when his sect is insulted, the other two can't attack. This is Wei Wuyan's first plan after he recognized his situation. He's using the rules of the martial world." Chu Yang said yes. The sword spirit continued, "And no matter whether it's out of respect for the eldest martial brother or because of his identity as an expert, he can only fight one-on-one in this first wave of attacks. The other two people won't intervene unless it's a critical moment. This is Wei Wuyan's second plan. He's using the mentality of an expert." Chu Yang agreed. Since his cultivation has reached such a level, how can he be so shameless as to attack others unless it's a matter of life and death? The sword spirit nodded. Therefore, Wei Wuyan's second plan has also succeeded. Next, Wan Renjie came over with a sword, while Wei Wuyan faced him empty-handed. This might seem unintentional, but it was a blow, an insult. "I can deal with you with a sword empty-handed." And he had calculated correctly that Wan Renjie was proud and arrogant. In front of his two junior martial brothers, he wouldn't be able to back down. This is the third stratagem. And at this time, even if Wan Renjie knew that the other party was trying to goad him, he could only do so. Chu Yang agreed. So, Wei Wuyan's third plan succeeded, the sword spirit said, and successfully created a chance for him to fight Wan Renjie alone. His fourth stratagem was to lure Wan Renjie into the sky, because if we were on the ground, no matter where we are, the other two would be able to provide support immediately if there was any danger. Only in the air would we have such a short opportunity. Yes, Chu Yang replied. Only by severely injuring Wan Renjie in this high altitude can Wei Wuyan have a chance to escape or kill Wan Renjie, the sword spirit said. And Wan Renjie fought with Wei Wuyan several times, but he was defeated and escaped. But obviously he didn't use his full strength. At this moment, Wei Wuyan didn't use his sword, so the danger of death was greatly reduced. So, Wan Renjie also wanted to see the gap between him and Wei Wuyan. So, even at this moment, he didn't use his sword. The sword spirit said, "This is Wei Wuyan's third stratagem." Chu Yang said, "But the other three obviously aren't fools." Cheng Duiying drew his saber and went up to the peak. Although he didn't attack, he was a powerful restraint to Wei Wuyan, and Wei Wuyan couldn't kill him. The sword spirit agreed. Once Wei Wuyan used his full strength to injure or kill Wan Renjie, he would immediately suffer from Cheng Duying's desperate counterattack. He looked up at the sky and sighed. If Wei Wuyan's cultivation was a little higher, he wouldn't have to worry about this. But now he can't. Let's see how he deals with it. Chu Yang asked, Sword Spirit, how's your current strength compared to these 4 people? The Sword Spirit was silent. Not as good as them. He sighed. I'm still far from them. Chu Yang said, Oh. The Sword Spirit said, If you become a Sword Emperor in the future, then I'll be able to defeat these 4 people. But now it's absolutely impossible. Of course, they can't kill me as well. Chu Yang snorted and said, But they can kill me. Marshal Yin Yang. The Sword Spirit smiled. Chu Yang suddenly shouted, Wei Wuyan is going to attack. The Sword Spirit was shocked and looked over. In the sky, Wei Wuyan strolled step by step as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Every time he took a step at a height of 1,000 feet, the entire land within a radius of tens of miles would tremble. Later, his footsteps became faster and faster, and he had already become a blurry shadow in the sky, and the ground had already started to tremble, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Plumes of smoke and dust, which were almost rushing straight up, suddenly filled the sky. Brilliant plan, Chu Yang praised from the bottom of his heart. In this way, it was already impossible for Cheng Duying, who was on the ground, to accurately grasp the position of the 2 people in the sky. Wei Wuyan's attack will happen in an instant, the Sword Spirit said heavily. Before he finished his words, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air had already sounded in the sky. Wei Wuyan's body suddenly turned from high up in the sky, and he fell down vertically like a sharp sword. Behind him, a wisp of green smoke curled up. Because of the high speed, the friction between his body and the air had actually caused the air to burn. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Wan Renjie. Wei Wuyan put his left hand behind his back and raised his right palm suddenly. Without caring about anything else, he chopped down his palm almost savagely. This palm carried the power of 1,000 feet high in the sky. It was as if the thunder god had suddenly raised a big hammer that could shake the world. Wan Renjie exhaled. Good. He rotated his palms and pushed them out fiercely. Whoosh! It actually produced a violent sonic boom, followed by a thunderous sound that shook the heavens. It was the heaven-splitting thunderbolt palm of the Kai Tian 3 heroes. Wei Wuyan's right palm and Wan Renjie's palms collided fiercely. Boom! The small hill on the ground actually left the ground and jumped up. Wan Renjie gave a muffled groan and fell down. Normally, under such a strong impact, Wei Wuyan's body should have been shaken off. But Wei Wuyan didn't take a breath. His body turned into a steel knife, and he fell down forcefully from the impact, like a meteorite that was burning its life in the atmosphere. But his speed was even faster. He raised his left hand that had been behind his back and slapped down fiercely. At the same time, his right palm was behind his back again. Wan Renjie shouted and desperately tried to block with his palms. Another collision. Wei Wuyan still didn't make a sound. His left hand was shaken off, and he put it behind his back again. His right palm struck out again like lightning. Boom, 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 boom. 7 or 8 palms struck down violently in succession. Wan Renjie could only parry and didn't have the power to fight back. He never expected that Wei Wuyan wouldn't be shaken off by the heaven-splitting thunderbolt palm. Instead, he fell even faster. It was this little mistake that led to his current tragedy. 2 figures, one above and one below, fell down like meteors. Wan Renjie's body hit the ground with a bang and sank deeply into the ground. Wei Wuyan's violent figure rushed down like a thunderstorm. Only a series of crazy hitting sounds could be heard from the ground. He went deeper, deeper, deeper. Cheng Duying and Bao Buhuan came to the side of this human-shaped hole at the same time, looking anxious. Now, the two of them didn't dare to go down, let alone attack. Because in such a situation, no matter how they attacked, Wei Wuyan would have to bear it, and Wan Renjie would have to bear it too. The two of them were almost one body. Cheng Duing shouted. He stomped his feet and grabbed the ground with both hands. The next moment, he slowly lifted it up with a hey sound. The ground that was hundreds of feet deep and more than 400 feet in radius was lifted up by him, like a big pancake. He roared and threw it out fiercely. Then he kicked it up. The whole ground was overturned by his kick. It rolled out hundreds of feet and landed far away. A figure flashed, and Wei Wuyan came out from the ground. He sneered, flicked his sleeves, and flew up in a cloud of dust. However, just as he leaped up, a ghostly sword light entangled him like a poisonous snake. A gloomy voice said, Wei Wuyan, have you forgotten that I, Bao Buhuan, am an assassin? Wei Wuyan was shocked, and he retreated quickly. Now that he had exhausted a lot of his power after the fierce battle, how could he resist the sneak attack of the #1 assassin in the southeast region? He retreated as fast as lightning. That wisp of sword light also chased after him like a maggot in a tarsal bone. After going back and forth, when Wei Wuyan stood still, he realized that he was near the entrance of the cave again. It was only at this moment that he had the time to draw out his sword. After the 3 swords clashed, Bao Buhuan withdrew his sword and retreated. His body swayed, and he disappeared in a cloud of dust. This cloud of dust created by Wei Wuyan was not only beneficial to himself, but also to an assassin like Bao Buhuan. A murderous intent came from behind him. Wei Wuyan found that he was already in the middle of a pincer attack by Cheng Duing and Bao Buhuan. With a roar, the ground boiled like magma. Wan Renjie, covered with mud, desperately jumped out from the ground. Once he appeared on the ground, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He raised his head and said fiercely, Brother Wei, what a vicious golden thunder palm! Wei Wuyan's continuous attacks almost pierced a hole in the ground. But this Wan Renjie actually didn't die under such attacks. He could even jump up by himself. Such a tenacious vitality made Chu Yang have more scruples and standards to measure the cultivation of the so-called second-grade saint level. Wei Wuyan smiled and said, Same to you. Brother Wan's thunderbolt palm is also not to be trifled with. He stretched out his hands. A gust of wind blew, and the clothes on his arms turned into butterflies. They flew away piece by piece, revealing his clean arms. Wei Wuyan looked at the clothes that flew away with some love and said softly, This is the silk of the 7th level spiritual beast, Heaven Ice Silk. It's midnight. Where are the monthly tickets? Chapter 861. Bao Buhuan didn't say a word. He swung his sword, changed his position quickly, and swung his sword again. Strange pop-up window, cue this. Bao Buhuan was indeed the #1 killer in the southeast region. He swung his sword to the east and west, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, with a gloomy, ghost-like atmosphere. But the Wuyan sword net that Wei Wuyan had set up was actually broken after a dozen or so sword moves. Cheng Duing only felt that his whole body was relaxed, as if he had just woken up from a sticky nightmare. He roared and leaped up. His life and death saber flashed. Wei Wuyan fought calmly. But the gap between these 3 people and Wei Wuyan wasn't very big. Wei Wuyan could win against any one of them in a one-on-one fight. But if 2 of them joined hands, he would be somewhat restricted. Cheng Duing fought head-on and was incomparably dauntless. He swung his saber horizontally and fought with his life. Bao Buhuan floated around like a ghost. Every time he swung his sword, he would stab at the most uncomfortable part of his body. The pressure that he gave Wei Wuyan was even greater than that of Cheng Duing. On one side, Wan Renjie closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. He was trying to recover his martial power as soon as possible. If Wan Rujia joined the battle again and wielded his Inyang Bridge, Wei Wuyan felt that he would really have to step on the Inyang Bridge. But now he couldn't get away. First, he had consumed a lot of his martial power in the battle with Wan Rujia. Then he fought with Cheng Duiying, which consumed even more of his martial power. Now it was equivalent to his third battle. In this battle, his spirit was tense, and the degree of fatigue was far greater than that of the previous two battles. Even if he escaped now, he would definitely have to pay a heavy price. Once he paid such a price, he would definitely not be able to escape from the #1 killer in the southeast region. While Wei Wuyan calmly accepted the battle, he was carefully thinking of countermeasures. He had to be careful. The three people opposite him were all experienced in the martial world. It would be too difficult to slip away under their watch. Chu Yang looked at the battle and said lightly, "I really don't know when this battle will end. Wei Wuyan has already changed 7 sword techniques." The sword spirit said, "If the battle between experts can't end quickly, it will be a long battle of attrition. There's nothing unexpected." Chu Yang said worriedly, "It's best if nothing happens to Lu Er." The sword spirit smiled in a carefree manner. "Don't worry, our spiritual energy can completely cover that area. I've already sent out a strand of energy to keep an eye out for any movements over there. If there's anything out of the ordinary, we can rush over immediately." "That's good." Chu Yang felt relieved. Then, Chu Yang discovered doubt. "That's not right. Wei Wuyan is the #1 blood payer in the world, and he has completed the task of killing a supreme martial artist. But from the looks of it, his cultivation is clearly not at the level of a supreme martial artist." The sword spirit immediately rolled his eyes and said, "You're a little silly to say these words. If Wei Wuyan really became a supreme martial artist, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to deal with these 3 people? The battle should have ended long ago. Why drag it out like this?" "But how did he complete the task of killing a supreme martial artist?" Chu Yang frowned. "Killing a supreme martial artist isn't the only way out in the open. They could assassinate him, poison him, or even ambush him when he was seriously injured. In short, there were many ways. Besides, since that supreme martial artist has a bounty on him, there must be many people who want this bounty. And since they want this bounty, they must think that they have the confidence to kill a supreme martial artist. Do you think that everyone is brainless? And when Wei Wuyan met him, who knows how many supreme martial artists he had already fought?" The sword spirit said, "What's there to be surprised about when Wei Wuyan took advantage of him?" Chu Yang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He said, "Yes, you're right." The sword spirit said, "So although you usually use schemes and tricks, you're still an orthodox martial artist in your bones. You can't think of this not because you're not smart enough, but because you still yearn to be open and above board." The sword spirit smiled. If Mo Yaoji was here, even if someone told him that a martial emperor killed a supreme martial artist, he wouldn't be surprised. That guy is a natural ancestor of schemes and tricks. Like Diwu Qingru, he belongs to the category of evil people. Chu Yang laughed. The sword spirit said, "As for Wei Wuyan's title as the #1 blood payer in the world, it's probably because he killed a supreme martial artist. As for whether he's really the #1, and whether there's a real supreme martial artist among the blood payers, humph, who can say for sure?" Chu Yang deeply agreed. At this time, the battle had already reached its climax. Cheng Duiying was fighting fiercely. His yellow robe fluttered, and his long saber turned into thunderbolts that connected heaven and earth. He slashed down fiercely. Bao Buhuan's figure became even more elusive. His dusty robe was faintly discernible in the dust and fog that filled the sky. He looked even more like a ghost with form, but without substance. His sword light was like a venomous snake. Sometimes it would strike, sometimes it would strike again. Wei Wuyan's face was solemn. His Wuyan sword turned into a simple and unadorned light screen, and he fought steadily and surely. Although he was at a disadvantage, his defense was impenetrable. He was like a towering mountain that wouldn't fall. From the looks of it, if there were no other changes, these three would probably continue fighting until next year. However, other changes came very quickly. Juan Ruggia, who had been adjusting his breath with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 dazzling lights shot out from his eyes. Then he slowly stood up, and the bones all over his body made crackling sounds. Stretching out his arms, he saw that the wounds on his arms were no longer bleeding. His 2 arms were as smooth as before. His injuries had already recovered. With a soft sound, the yin-yang bridge appeared in his hands. The black and white swords emitted 2 completely different lights. The black was like the night, and the white was like the day. He took 2 steps forward and watched the battle with his sword in hand, but didn't take any action. Cheng Duiying and Bao Buhuan were instantly invigorated. Cheng Duiying laughed and said, "Eldest senior brother, you've recovered so quickly." Bao Buhuan laughed. "Eldest senior brother, second senior brother is right." Juan Ruggia laughed and said, "It's just an injury. Do I need to recuperate for a long time?" The 3 brothers laughed at the same time. Wei Wuyan, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly felt the pressure multiplied. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He originally thought that Juan Ruggia would join the battle, but Juan Ruggia didn't take any action. This caused his plan to fail. Wei Wuyan is really in danger this time. The sword spirit sighed and said, "If Juan Ruggia takes action, it shouldn't be a problem for Wei Wuyan to break out of the encirclement and escape from Bao Buhuan's side. As long as this number 1 killer is seriously injured, the remaining 2 won't be a problem in terms of tracking." Wei Wuyan has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. But when the opportunity came, Juan Ruggia didn't take any action. This is really a case of God's plan. Chu Yong chuckled. His eyes were fixed on the battlefield with a ruthless look. "I've really benefited a lot from this battle." The sword spirit said, "Do you need me to take action?" Chu Yong looked at him puzzledly. "You? Why do you need to take action?" The sword spirit was speechless. "We don't need to take action. We only need to watch from the sidelines." Chu Yang said, "If Wei Wuyan can't break out of the encirclement of these 3 people, he'll just die. There's nothing else in this world except for a lot of fucking experts. At the very least, if you help him get out of the encirclement, he'll at most owe you a favor. What else will he do?" The sword spirit stared at him. Chu Yang said, "So, to deal with someone like Wei Wuyan who never owes anyone a favor, I must make him owe me the biggest favor. That'll be cool." The sword spirit said in shock, "Do you want to take Wei Wuyan as your subordinate? That's really whimsical and unimaginable. If you really think so, I advise you to give up." Chu Yang sighed. "I feel that you really don't understand me. Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of others' difficulties?" The sword spirit lowered his head silently and thought, "Aren't you the kind?" In the midst of the fierce battle, drops of blood began to splash out. Wei Wuyan's body was already injured. Cheng Duiying's body was also bleeding from 2 or 3 places. The sword spirit was shocked. The battle is about to end. Chu Yang was puzzled. Huh. Generally, when experts of this level fight, once they're injured, it means that they can't control their protective spiritual chi freely. So, once such a situation occurs, everyone will end the battle quickly, lest their injuries become more and more serious and they can't even escape. The sword spirit said solemnly, "This is also experience. This kind of experience is only suitable for 5th stage martial saints and above." Chu Yang nodded seriously. "I'll remember it." In the field, Wei Wuyan suddenly looked up and roared. "So stupid!" Chu Yang couldn't help but scold. Isn't he informing the enemy? "I'm going to break through the encirclement." If you want to break through the encirclement, just break through the encirclement, but you actually have to roar. The sword spirit sighed. "You haven't reached this level, so you still don't understand." Of course, he's going to break through the encirclement immediately. But, this is something that can't be helped. Can't be helped? Chu Yang was puzzled. A battle at this level is purely using one breath to connect the bridge between heaven and earth, and then using one's innate embryonic breath to support one's breathing. This breath can last for a few days and nights. But once you reach the point where you need to break through the encirclement, you need to go all out. Since you're going all out, you need to spit out all the breath that you've been holding in. Only by changing your breath can you break through the encirclement in the best state. The sword spirit said, "If you don't spit out this foul breath, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out at all." Sure enough, when Wei Wuyan's roar shook the mountains, Qing Duiying and Bao Buhuan also roared at the same time. Their voices were fierce and rushed straight into the sky. The three forces dispersed the clouds in the sky. Wei Wuyan's body was like a dragon soaring in the clear sky. He leaped up, and Qing Duiying's saber shone brightly as he chased after him. A cloud of dust suddenly rose from the ground, and Bao Buhuan's body flew up, wrapped in the dust. Wei Wuyan roared, and the Wuyan sword suddenly shot out colorful and dreamy sword light. No one had expected that the Wuyan sword, which had been simple for so long, would suddenly shoot out such a colorful and murderous sword light. Wei Wuyan's body was wrapped in the sword light, and like lightning he flew across the sky. Even the sword spirit was astonished at such a speed. To be continued. Chapter 862. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy, translation Wei Wuyan's direction, was indeed Bao Buhuan. Bao Buhuan was faintly discernible in a cloud of dust. Wei Wuyan rushed past him. With a whoosh, Bao Buhuan turned into fragments all over the sky. Wei Wuyan knew that something was wrong. What was broken was only Bao Buhuan's gray robe. Bao Buhuan's crossing of the netherworld came straight at him like a viper. Wei Wuyan's Wuyan sword was held horizontally. Behind him, Qing Duiying's broadsword slashed down. Wei Wuyan roared and rushed forward. His long sword first knocked Bao Buhuan's long sword away, and then suddenly shrank back. The sword hilt protruded from his ribs and met the blade of the life and death saber. With a boom, Qing Duiying's rainbow-like attack was immediately restrained. He stopped and retreated. Wei Wuyan spat out a mouthful of blood, but he accelerated and rushed towards Bao Buhuan at a speed twice as fast as before. Bao Buhuan was drifting at a slow speed. Seeing that Wei Wuyan was rushing towards him even more fiercely, Bao Buhuan clenched his teeth and suddenly attacked with the crossing of the netherworld. Wei Wuyan's face was cold and his eyes were ruthless. He was already prepared to kill Bao Buhuan at any cost with this strike. At the very least, he would beat Bao Buhuan until he couldn't move. With this assassin around, his escape would be a bumpy one. When the two swords were about to collide, a black and white light shadow suddenly appeared beside Wei Wuyan. Yinyang Bridge. Wan Renjie actually launched an attack at this moment. Wei Wuyan roared suddenly. The aura in his body surged, and his black robe suddenly left his body to meet the Yinyang Bridge. But his body still met Bao Buhuan's attack without any hesitation. The two swords collided with each other, and there was a chaotic sound. At this moment, Wei Wuyan had launched 180 swords in one breath. Blood flowed like a waterfall in the sky. Bao Buhuan let out a blood-curdling scream and fell unsteadily from the sky. There were wounds all over his body. There were dozens of them. Their flesh and blood were overturned and dripping with blood. At the same time, Wan Renjie's Yinyang Bridge broke Wei Wuyan's black robe ruthlessly. At the moment when the black robe turned into black butterflies fluttering in the air, the black and white sword aura surged, and Wei Wuyan's body was also covered with wounds. Wei Wuyan forced himself to endure it. With a muffled groan, He swung the Wuyan sword and used it as a broadsword. He then slashed the Inyang Bridge ruthlessly. High up in the sky, both of their bodies trembled violently at the same time. Then they spurted out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Wei Wuyan's blood sprayed onto Wan Renjia's face. Wan Renjia didn't waste a mouthful of blood either. He sprayed it onto Wei Wuyan's face. Wei Wuyan roared hoarsely. With a plain sword light, he flew out like a bolt of lightning. With just a flash, he disappeared into the forest in the distance. Wan Renjia and Cheng Duing chased for 2 steps before stopping simultaneously. Since Bao Buhuan, who was good at lightness martial arts, was already injured, it was no different from a fool's dream to kill Wei Wuyan under such circumstances. However, with such injuries, Wei Wuyan definitely couldn't relax. The two hurriedly landed on the ground to check on Bao Buhuan's injuries. At first glance, both of them frowned. Bao Buhuan's injuries were extremely serious. 40 to 50 sword strikes had almost penetrated his bones. If he wasn't treated in time, he might become disabled. But where could he find a doctor in this desolate mountain? The two of them instantly became very anxious. It's over. Under Chu Yang's urging, the sword spirit retreated stealthily from the scene and rushed back to the carriage like a gust of wind. It's so satisfying. Chu Yang was still sighing until he carried Chuler onto the carriage. Then, divine Dr. Chu whipped the horse. Go! His voice was loud and clear, and the sound of the whip was also extremely crisp. It could almost be heard from miles away. He actually started to gallop the horse without stopping. Chu Lu'er felt very strange. Big brother, why are you in such a hurry? What did you do just now? Was it you who caused the heaven and earth to shake just now? Heaven's secrets can't be revealed. Chu Yang said mysteriously, Lu'er, behave well later. If you behave well, I'll use my superb skills to make delicious food and fun things for you. Chu Lu'er curled her lips and said, You're definitely going to play some tricks again. Look at how sneaky you are. Chu Yang already knew how to deal with little Lolis. He said proudly, Lu'er, I heard that someone came to our house to propose marriage a few days ago. Well, don't look at me, he's asking to marry you. Chu Lu'er's face changed instantly. Ah, big brother? Really? Chu Yang smiled and said, Otherwise, why would I bring you along and run so hurriedly? You also know that guy. He's the little young master of the Bao clan, the one with crooked mouth and buck teeth. Chu Lu'er retched and said with trepidation, What happened after that? After that, I ran away with you in the name of treating your illness. Chu Yang smiled and said, My sister is so obedient. Why would I let her marry that crooked mouth and buck teeth guy? Chu Lu'er patted her chest and said, You scared me to death. Big brother, you're so nice. Yes, but if Lu'er doesn't listen to me, I'll send you back. Chu Yang threatened shamelessly. Anyway, the clan also has such intentions. The alliance of the clans of the flat mountain ridge. Chu panicked at once. She grabbed Chu Yang's clothes and said pitifully, Lu, I will definitely listen to you. Big brother, don't send me back. Good girl, Chu Yang praised. This guy actually doesn't have any conscience or uneasiness about deceiving, scaring, and threatening his own sister. Instead, he's complacent and thinks that he's resourceful. Even the sword spirit despised him in the tribulation space. The carriage rumbled and sped forward. The horses neighed, and the whips cracked loudly in the air. Divine Dr. Chu galloped with 2 horses, with the momentum of thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers. He rushed to the front of nothing with great momentum. Wan Renjia and Cheng Duing wrapped Bao Buhuan's injuries. But they couldn't do anything about the serious injuries that went deep into his muscles and severed his bones. Moreover, Bao Buhuan's internal organs were also injured by Wei Wuyan's sword aura. In just a short while, Bao Buhuan had vomited several mouthfuls of blood. The two were even more anxious and helpless. At this moment, they heard the neighing of horses and the rumbling of wheels from afar. It seemed that a carriage was coming. The two were overjoyed at once. As long as there was a carriage, they could carefully carry Bao Buhuan onto the carriage and keep the carriage moving slowly and steadily. Perhaps they could escort Bao Buhuan to the place where they found the divine doctor. The two didn't hesitate anymore. They stood up at the same time, enduring the pain in their bodies, and walked towards the direction of the carriage. The two had already made up their minds. Even if they had to kill Bao Buhuan and rob him, they must snatch this carriage. The steeds galloped closer, closer, closer. Sure enough, it was a luxurious carriage. The two looked at each other and smiled. They both felt relieved. When they found that there was only a teenager in black driving the carriage, and that the person in the carriage was extremely weak and didn't seem to know martial arts at all, they felt even more assured. The two stood in the middle of the road. Chengduing shouted, "Stop!" Actually, before he said anything, the teenager in the carriage had automatically pulled the reins. Then, the teenager jumped off the horse and ran over. The two were surprised. "We haven't gone over yet. Why did this guy run over on his own?" While they were thinking, the teenager in black had already reached them. With a concerned look, he asked, "What happened to the two uncles? Did you encounter Bandit? Alas, this world is really not peaceful." Following which, his face was filled with enthusiasm. The two uncles seemed to be heavily injured. "Why don't you get into the carriage and rest first? I know a little about medicine, so I can treat your injuries first." "Aya, the two uncles' injuries are really not light, these hateful bandits." Wan, Renjie, and Cheng Duing looked at each other. Damn, there's actually such a naive and kind-hearted person in this world. Before they could say anything, they heard the young man say sincerely, "Uncles, you don't have to doubt me. I'm just being sincere. Moreover, to be honest, I'm also skilled in martial arts. If I really had bad intentions, I wouldn't have to waste too much effort to deal with the two of you now that you're injured like this." The more the youth spoke, the more arrogant he became. His expression was somewhat contented as he said, "The two of you should believe me now that I've said this. Haha, my medical skills are also known as a divine doctor." Wan, Renjie, and Cheng Duing looked at each other. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You look so young. Although your cultivation is also very solid, you're only a first or second stage martial emperor. Of course, you're considered an expert in the eyes of ordinary people. But in our eyes, you're nothing. And you actually said that I really won't have to waste much effort to deal with the two of you." These words really make us the two uncles. A little scared, the teenager in black waited for a while. Seeing that the two of them still didn't speak, he couldn't help but feel a little resentful. He said, "Since the two of you don't believe me, I'll take my leave." As he said, he took out 2 packets of golden sore medicine and said, "But since I've met you, I can't just ignore you. Here are 2 packets of golden sore medicine. The two of you can bandage yourselves." Ha! As he said, he put the 2 packets of medicine on the ground and smiled a little mockingly. In his smile, there was a meaning of the two of you have no guts and no knowledge. He turned around and was about to get on his horse. Wan Renjie said sternly, "Wait." The teenager in black turned his head and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He said a little contemptuously, "It's okay if the two of you don't appreciate my kindness. But do the two of you still want me to stay?" Cheng Duing narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you really know medical skills?" In this wilderness, even if they didn't fully believe him, they would rather treat him as a last resort. Otherwise, with Bao Buhuan's injuries, he really wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Furthermore, what kind of tricks could this ignorant brat play in front of 2 saint-level experts like them? Not to mention the two of them. Even Bao Buhuan, who was seriously injured, could also kill him thousands of times. The teenager in black said proudly, "In my hometown, I'm considered to have some medical skills. The two of you will know whether I'm a doctor or not after you try." Wan Renjie laughed and said, "It's not that we don't believe you, but now there are very few people who have such kindness. The teenager in black said seriously, "Uncle, you're wrong. You must know that a doctor has the heart of a parent." In the space of tribulation, the sword spirit suddenly choked. According to his experience, he knew that as long as divine Dr. Chu said a doctor has the heart of a parent, someone would definitely be in trouble. Chapter 863. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Juan Renjicide and said, "A doctor has the heart of a parent. There are really too few doctors like this now." Chu Yang nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, so on the day I finished my apprenticeship, my teacher taught me that a doctor has the heart of a parent. As a doctor, I have to keep this in my heart at all times. No matter when, I have to treat the wounded and the dying as my responsibility. I have to travel the world and practice medicine all over the world. I have to relieve the suffering of the people and save the lives of the people." "My teacher," Juan Renja hurriedly interrupted him and said, "Little brother, aren't you afraid that the two of us are bad guys?" Chu Yang said seriously, "Uncle, you're wrong. In the eyes of a doctor, there's no distinction between good and bad guys. Only doctors and patients. There's only pain. If doctors like us have to pay attention to these, then how can we relieve the suffering of the people and save the lives of the people? Even if we're bad guys, we're still born and raised by our parents. That's also a life. Since it's a life, how can we bear to abandon it? You have to know that humans are born by their mothers. Pigs are born by their mothers. Even if we're bad guys, we're also born by our mothers." Juan Renjia coughed repeatedly, wanting to interrupt him, but Chu Yang still finished his words fluently. Translated by Kaomura, edited by Elrianth. Juan Renjia smiled bitterly and said, "Then, little brother, can you tell what kind of injury I'm suffering from?" Chu Yang looked at him attentively. Then his face suddenly became serious. He took 2 steps forward and reached out to feel his pulse. Juan Renjia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy really doesn't have any precaution at all. She actually recklessly came to check my wrist pulse. But he had nothing to fear, nor was he afraid. Besides, he wanted to test his ability. How could he avoid it? Chu Yang stretched out his finger and put it on his pulse. He turned his head and frowned, saying, "Uncle, your injury isn't light. Your internal organs were first injured by a kind of tyrannical force, and then by sword energy. Currently, your chest and abdomen are only temporarily suppressed. In fact, 2 of your ribs are broken. The blood clot in your internal organs hasn't been completely removed, and a piece of your shoulder bone is also broken." He bitterly laughed and retracted his finger. "You can move now because you used your own cultivation to lock in your injuries. But to be able to use your own cultivation to heal your broken bones, and to be able to move freely, this level of cultivation is something that I am far from being able to do. So Uncle is actually an expert. To think that I was still boasting about myself, I really am ashamed." He shook his head and sighed with self-mockery. Uncle just asked me why I didn't have bad intentions. If I did, I would. Juan Renjes. Net 7 by 24 hours uninterrupted update of pure TXT handwritten novel. What Chu Yang said just now, including the injuries in his body, couldn't be seen by ordinary doctors after he used his own cultivation to lock them up. But Chu Yang could see it, and he even said it out clearly. This young man had always said that he knew medicine. Now, it seemed that he knew more than that. He was simply a divine doctor. Third brother could be saved. Chu Yang seemed to feel that the shock he had caused wasn't enough. He turned his gaze to Chung Duing again, saying, "This uncle's injuries are lighter, but his internal organs are also seriously injured. Alas, your injuries are easy to treat. Actually, with your cultivation, as long as you can control your injuries and prevent your broken bones from being broken, you can recover by yourself." He squatted down and picked up the 2 packets of Jinchuang ointment. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Both of you are fine. Well, especially this uncle. He just needs to circulate his martial energy and spit out the blood clot in his body. Then he will be fine. I'm ashamed to be in front of an expert, so I'll take my leave now." As he said, he got on the horse and cupped his hands. With a shy expression, he smiled shyly and was about to wave his whip. Wait! Juan Renjia's face had already changed. He put on a smile and said, little brother, ha ha ha, wait, to tell you the truth, we still have a brother who is seriously injured. Well, he's over there. Little brother's medical skills are superb. How about you go and help him?" Speaking till here, he hurriedly added, "Of course, we'll definitely repay you in the future." As he said, he took out a purple crystal jade core from his bosom and stuffed it into Chu Yang's hands. Translated by Kyomara, edited by Elrianth, Chu Yang was displeased, saying, "Uncle, what are you saying? Where's the injured person? Quickly take me there." He pushed away the purple crystal jade core and frowned, saying, "How can a person's life be measured by these? Hurry up, it's more important to save him. Is it serious?" Cheng Duiying looked ashamed and hurriedly led Chu Yang over. Chu Lu stuck her head out of the carriage and pouted, saying, "Big brother, don't go, I'm scared." Chu Yang hurriedly turned back and said to Juan Renjia, "Uncle, please help me to accompany my sister. She's timid." He said to Chu Lu, "Good girl, I'll go over there and take a look. There's an injured uncle. He's in a lot of pain." Chu Lu said obediently, "Then come back quickly. Don't let him be in pain." Juan Renjia hurriedly agreed to Chu Yang's request and put on an amiable smile, saying, "Little girl, you're really cute, ha ha ha. What's your name?" With his cultivation, he could naturally tell at a glance that this little girl was really an ordinary person without any cultivation. She was really powerless. Chu Lu trembled and looked at him timidly, saying, Who are you? Ah, why is there so much blood on your body?" Her eyes immediately revealed a look of fear. Poor Juan Renjia! When had he ever coaxed a child in his life? Now that Chu Yang casually said that he had a request but couldn't reject it, he stood there awkwardly. He actually nervously rubbed and wiped the wounds on his body and tried hard to put on a smiling face. "It's nothing, ha ha ha, I just fell down." Chu Lu pouted. So scary she was about to cry. Juan Renjia was at a loss. He hurriedly took out the purple crystal jade core that Chu Yang had just rejected. "Good girl, don't cry. Look at this, is it pretty?" Chu Lu's eyes lit up at once. With tears still in her eyes, she said, "It's so pretty." Juan Renjia heaved a sigh of relief. "Don't cry, I'll give it to you, okay?" Chu Lu tilted her head. "Really?" Juan Renjia smiled amiably and said, "Of course it's true." Chu Lu smiled through her tears. She was about to reach out her hand when she pouted again. "But my big brother doesn't allow me to casually take other people's things." Although she said that, her sparkling eyes were full of love and desire as she looked at the purple crystal jade core. What a pair of naive little kids. Juan Renjia sighed and said, "It's okay, I'll tell your big brother. If he doesn't let you take it, I'll beat him up." "Okay." Chu Lu's eyes lit up. "Then I'll beat his butt." Juan Renjia nodded repeatedly. "Then I'll beat his butt." He thought to himself, "This little girl is so innocent and so cute at this moment." Chu Yang's grumbling voice could be heard. "The two of you are really... He's already so seriously injured. But you still have the mood to argue with me over there. Hey, come and help." Then Cheng Duiying's flustered voice could be heard. I'm coming. Little brother, is this brother of mine all right?" Chu Yang's voice could be heard. He's fine. Luckily I came in time. If I came an hour later, even a deity wouldn't be able to cure his disability." "You guys are really..." Then there was another round of grumbling. Juan Renjia was finally relieved. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chu Lu had already taken the purple crystal jade core and was playing with it in her hands. Suddenly she put it down and asked worriedly, "Uncle, are your injuries painful?" Hearing this soft voice, Wan Renjie only felt warmth in his heart. He smiled comfortingly and said, "It's not painful at all." Chu Lu'er frowned and said worriedly, "But there's so much blood. How can it not be painful? Uncle, come up. Let me wash your wounds. I've learned a lot from my big brother," Chu Lu'er said proudly. Wan Renjie couldn't help but want to laugh. At this moment, he was really laughing from the bottom of his heart. First, he passed by an upright and simple young doctor, and then he saw an innocent little girl. This actually made his heart, which had become cold after roaming the martial world for so many years, soften a little. As this thought arose in his heart, he couldn't help but look at Chu Lu'er with a gentle gaze. Chu Lu'er didn't care whether he was willing or not. She pulled his hand and pulled him into the carriage. Wan Renjie was afraid that he would hurt this delicate little girl if he used too much strength, so he could only let her pull him in. Then Chu Lu'er really got busy. She used the water bag to clean his wounds gently. As she cleaned, she looked at him carefully with her big eyes that could speak. She asked with concern, "Is it painful? Is it painful?" As she said, she moved closer and blew on his wounds. Wan Renjie only felt that his whole body was bathed in the spring breeze when that little hand touched his wounds gently. For a moment, he actually felt comforted. How could he still feel any pain? Suddenly, a feeling arose in his heart. If I could have such a granddaughter. Sigh, I'm covered in blood. How could I have such good fortune? Thinking of his late wife, who died tragically in the hands of the enemy, and his son who unfortunately died under the sword, Wan Renjie's eyes became a little hazy. He sighed deeply. If his son was still alive, his granddaughter, no, it should be his great-great-granddaughter, would also be this old. Wan Renjie had been alone for so many years. When had he ever enjoyed such familial happiness? Now, there was such an obedient, cute, clean, and gentle little girl in front of him, asking about his well-being with undisguised concern. Wan Renjie actually felt a kind of satisfaction in his heart. It was a kind of satisfaction that only belonged to the elderly. Hearing his sigh, Chu Lu'er asked with concern, "Uncle, are you in a lot of pain?" It's not painful at all." Wan Renjie's heart was a little sour. He smiled gently and looked at Chu Lu'er kindly, saying, "Even if it's painful, it won't hurt anymore after you blow on it like this." Chapter 864. Translator. Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy, Translation Chu Lu'er's eyes instantly turned into crescents. She smiled happily and said, "Really? Then I'll blow more for you." As she spoke, she really blew a few more breaths. Now, Wan Renjie really felt that this breath of air was really like the breath of a fairy. It made him feel indescribably comfortable, both mentally and physically. The hostility that had accumulated in him for a long time seemed to have been blown away by this breath. He couldn't help but sigh comfortably. His heart became even more tender. He said gently, "Little girl, what's your name?" Chu Lu'er smiled with her eyes squinted. "My name is Lu'er. Mother said that I have to be happy and let everyone who sees me be happy too." Wan Renjie felt the same way. He sighed and said, "This name is really good. I'm happy the moment I see you." His heart became more and more gentle and peaceful. For a moment, he was actually immersed in such emotions and didn't want to leave. Recalling the past events of these years, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What exactly was the purpose of fighting for so many years in the martial world? If he could have such a well-behaved child to accompany him, wouldn't it be the greatest thing in the world to live in seclusion in the countryside and enjoy his family life? If I could do that, what more would I want in this life? Chu Lu'er was even happier. She said, "Yes, everyone is happy when they see me." As she spoke, her eyes turned into two cute crescents again. Wan Renjie looked at her greedily and said gently, "Lu'er is a little girl that everyone loves. Of course they'll be happy when they see Lu'er." Chu Lu'er agreed and nodded heavily. Her small head bobbed up and down. Juan Rengia felt warm and tender in his heart. He couldn't help but squint his eyes and smile, comfortably too, for such an old man who had been alone all his life and had experienced the vicissitudes of life to suddenly meet a little girl like Chulu'er. It was simply like a fire in his old house that couldn't be cured. Or took out the purple crystal jade core and played with it in her hands. She liked it so much that she couldn't put it down. Sometimes she put it on her chest, sometimes she put it on her face, and sometimes she stuffed it into her hair. She kept asking Juan Rengia, "Does it look good? Does it look good?" Juan Rengia only said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes." Chulu was even happier. Marshal Inyang, without waiting for Chulu to say anything, Juan Rengia took out another piece from his pocket. "I still have another piece here." "Really?" Chulu snatched it over and placed it in her palm, comparing it with the other. "It's really beautiful." With Juan Rengia's cultivation, it would be unimaginable if someone could snatch something from him. Not to mention a little girl like Chulu, who had no cultivation at all. But when Chulu snatched the purple crystal jade core away from him, Juan Rengia actually had a look of comfort and satisfaction on his face. He was even happier than when he had defeated a powerful enemy and plundered everything from the enemy's hands. "Come, Lure is so beautiful. How can you not have any accessories?" Juan Rengia said enthusiastically. "How about I carve a piece of jewelry for you with this?" "What jewelry?" Chulu blinked her big eyes. "You know how to make jewelry?" Juan Rengia smiled proudly and said, "Humph, when Uncle was young, he used to specialize in this. No one can compare with this skill." Chulu looked at him in admiration. "You're amazing." Juan Rengia was amused. "Look," he took out the Inyang bridge from his chest. He actually started to make jewelry for a little girl with this world-famous, murderous weapon that could separate yin and yang. Chulu leaned over and looked at him attentively. She couldn't stop cheering. "Good, good, 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 good. Isn't this me?" Juan Rengia looked very complacent. When Chu Yang and Cheng Duing carried the seriously injured Bao Bu Huan over, they saw such a scene. Chulu'er grabbed Juan Rengia's clothes with her two small hands. "Wow, make another one, make another one." Juan Rengia was flustered. With a doting look on his face, he said, Okay, I'll make another one." "Oh, my little ancestor." "Don't touch the knife." Chu Yang and Cheng Duing were stunned. They couldn't help but look at each other. "Net, what the heck? What's going on?" Even Bao Bu Huan, who was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is this still my eldest senior brother? This kind, gentle, doting, and smiling person is my so-called #1 bandit in the southeast region, the ruthless and merciless person who specially sends people across the Inyang Bridge. Juan Rengia? Ouch! I hiss. Bao Bu Huan's movement tore his wound. Caught off guard, he couldn't help but cry out in pain. But he still stared at Juan Rengia with his eyes wide open, as if he had seen his eldest senior brother turn into a beautiful woman. Juan Rengia smiled and raised the knife above his head, as if he was surrendering. Okay, I'll make another one. As he said, he turned around and asked, "Is third brother okay now?" Cheng Duing said admiringly, "Little brother is really a miracle worker. After his treatment, third brother is fine now. He only needs to recuperate for a while to recover." Little brother is really amazing. He saw with his own eyes how Chu Yang performed the technique, how Bao Bu Huan's wound healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and how Bao Bu Huan slowly regained his vitality from a dying state. The shock in his heart was really unparalleled. Juan Rengia comforted him and said, That's good. Then he stretched out his hand. "Which one of you still has a purple crystal jade core with you?" Cheng Duing was stunned. Eldest senior brother wants a purple crystal jade core. Juan Rengia was displeased. "What are you saying? If I don't want one, why should I stretch out my hand to you?" Cheng Duing said, I still have one. I don't know if third junior brother has one, Juan Renjia said. Since you have one, why don't you take it out quickly? I'm making jewelry for Lu. Upon hearing this, Cheng Duing almost fell off the carriage. He stammered, What? Eldest senior brother, you're making jewelry? Bao Buhuan straightened his body at once, and his two eyeballs almost popped out. Eldest senior brother, didn't you swear? Juan Renjia frowned. Stop talking nonsense. Take it out quickly. Cheng Duing took out the purple crystal jade core from his bosom in a daze. He didn't even know what he had done. Juan Renjia snatched it over and said, Third brother, do you have one? If you do, I'll make a few more. Only then did Bao Buhuan realize that he had straightened his body. Then he fell down and gasped, I hiss, hiss, hiss. I have one at home. Then you might as well not say it. Juan Renjia was slightly angry. Then he turned his head and asked Chulu, kindly, Lu-er, what do you want me to carve? Chulu rested her chin on her hands and finally decided, I want a puppy. Okay, puppy it is. Wait a moment, it'll be done soon. Haha, Uncle is awesome, right? Uncle is awesome. Much more awesome than my big brother. A puppy with a cuter expression. Oh, ha ha ha. Your big brother is still a lot weaker than me. Cuter. How can I show off my cuteness? Juan Renjia smiled happily and agreed. Then he took out the yin-yang bridge that he treasured as much as his life and started to carve the purple crystal jade core that he had just gotten. He's crazy, Cheng Duing said in a daze. The three of them, including Chu Yang, were also dumbfounded. Looking at Chu Lu-er's hands, there were already two pieces. One of them was a sculpture made of the purple crystal jade core, which looked exactly like Chu Lu herself. It had a pointed head and could be used as a hairpin. It could be seen that Juan Renjia had put in a lot of effort in carving this purple crystal jade core. All the essence of the purple crystal was left inside, and the little girl carved was very lifelike. Moreover, the fine lines that formed the hair on the forehead just happened to hang down diagonally. It was an excellent decoration. When in use, it would be an excellent piece of jewelry when inserted into the hair. When not in use, it would also be a rare and precious sculpture if played with in the hands, and the other one was a lifelike little pig, charmingly naive. Now, another puppy made of the purple crystal jade core was about to take shape. One must know that carving this kind of extremely hard purple crystal jade core would consume a lot of cultivation. Not to mention that the yin-yang bridge, which was absolutely not suitable for carving, was even more difficult. Chu Yang scratched his head. What's going on? At the same time, Cheng Duing also raised the same question. What's going on? Chu Lu looked excitedly at the purple crystal jade core rolling around in Juan Renjia's hands and said happily, What's going on? Look, Uncle is so awesome. Wow, the puppy's head is about to become so cute, so awesome. Juan Renjia became more and more satisfied and said complacently, Awesome? The awesome part is yet to come. Chu Lu danced with joy. So awesome. Chu Yang's face twitched a little, and he felt that even his internal organs were cramping. He thought, how is Juan Renjia the awesome part? It's clearly you, young Mistress Chu. You actually turned a saint-level king of hell into such an amiable uncle? Do you know that this uncle is several times older than our grandpa? Chu Yang turned his head in a daze and almost twisted his neck. He forced a smile and said to Cheng Duing, cough, this senior brother of yours seems to be really caring and likes children very much. Upon hearing this, Cheng Duing simply rolled his eyes, and his whole body twitched as he said, Very compassionate? Likes children very much? This is really seeing a ghost. Bao Buhuan opened his mouth and looked at Juan Renjia in a daze. He muttered, Seeing the yin-yang bridge. One sword strike the yin-yang bridge. Seeing the yin-yang bridge, you use it to carve? The legendary number 1 bandit, Juan Renjia. The legendary king of Hell, Juan Renjia, who is in charge of the yin-yang bridge. The legendary, ruthless Wan Renjie, who killed thousands of people. The Wan Renjie who dominated the southeast. Chung Duing stared straight and said, I must be dreaming. Bao Buhuan groaned and said, I'm going to faint. Then he really fainted. Fifth update. Begging for votes. Chapter 865. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When they were on the road again, Bao Buhuan was lying in the carriage. 2 empty horses were dragging the carriage at a speed comparable to that of a cow. Webb, Wan Renjie, Chung Duing, Chu Yang, and Chu Luo were walking. Everyone's expressions had become much more relaxed. They were laughing and chatting along the way, as if they were a family. Chu Yang also treated Wan Renjie's injuries. He secretly mixed some vitality spring water into Wan Renjie's body. Wan Renjie immediately felt much more relaxed and praised Chu Yang for his treatment. Chu Luo's legs were short and her body was weak. After walking for a few steps, she felt a little tired. Chu Yang carried her on his back. Wan Renjie was envious and strongly requested to be carried on his back. Chu Yang was happy and relaxed, so he moved Chu Luo to another place. Wan Renjie carried Chu Luo on his shoulder and was grinning from ear to ear all the way. Chu Luo was very happy. She let out a string of bell-like laughter along the way. She had a purple hairpin on her head, a cute purple crystal piglet in her left hand, and a cute purple crystal puppy in her right hand. All of them loved her very much. Wan Renjie had a great sense of accomplishment. Along the way, he actually told Chu Luo a lot of stories. He was knowledgeable and experienced a lot. As long as it was interesting, he would make up some stories and tell them in a tone that children liked to listen to. Chu Luo listened with great interest. Since they were not in a hurry, it was okay to walk slowly. Chu Yang was also not in a hurry. Where could he find Wei Wuyan if he walked in a hurry? So, after walking for a few miles, the sky turned dark. After finding a place to set up camp near a mountain and a river, everyone came to a stop. After setting up the tent, Chung Duing went out personally to hunt some game. The others talked outside and laughed from time to time. Bao Buhuan, who was in the carriage, heard the commotion outside. He supported his body and walked out to join in the discussion. This made Wan Renjie even more grateful. According to Marshal Yin Yang's injuries, it would be good if Bao Buhuan could get up in the middle of the night. Now, after being treated by Chu Yang, Bao Buhuan could move so quickly. While they were talking, Chung Duing rushed out of the forest. He was carrying 3 wild hares in one hand and 5 pheasants in the other. He actually returned from a rewarding journey. Everyone laughed and then started to get busy. Brothers, where are you going? Chu Yang asked with a smile as he fiddled with the fire. Now, under Wan Renjie's insistence, Chu Yang didn't call him uncle anymore. This time the battle between the Yi and Shao clans, the big clans. Wan Renjie sighed and said, this time the battle between the big and the Yi and Shao clan, the battle between the Yi clan and Shao clan is to the people. To the Yi and Shao clan and Shao. That Yi clan and Shao translation in and translation is as translation of to translation. Chu Yang said, Brother, do you have such a deep hatred for the big clans? You should know that big clans are not people to be trifled with. The 3 of you are still a little weak. Wan Renjie smiled bitterly. The big clans are rich and powerful. They have many experts. The 3 of us have trained hard for our whole lives, but we're only saint level. Compared to the big clans, we're not even worth mentioning. But in life, there are always some things that we have to do even though we know that it's impossible. Chu Yang was really puzzled. I'd like to hear the details. Wan Renjie sighed. On the other side, Chung Duing, who was roasting the pheasants, and Bao Buhuan, who was lying on the ground, also sighed deeply. The firelight shone on the night. The faces of the 3 of them were all gloomy. The three of us are beggars, Juan Renja laughed. We're indebted to our teachers for taking us in as disciples and teaching us wholeheartedly. Our teachers' kindness is as deep as the sea. If we don't repay them, how can we be human? Although the three of you are a little straightforward and tough, you're also a little self-opinionated and arrogant. These are the shortcomings of your character. As your younger brother, I don't deny it. But the three of you have only been blood payers all your life. You've earned a bowl of rice with your own strength, and you've never let anyone down. There was once a year when the three of you were drinking in the capital. When you were drunk, you said a few arrogant words. Unexpectedly, you angered the Night Emperor. With just 5 moves, the three of you vomited blood and retreated in defeat. You were even forced to swear that you'd never step into the capital again in your lifetime. After being humiliated like this, the three of you didn't say anything when you came back. You were afraid that we were young and impetuous and would cause some trouble and lose our lives. That year, the three of us were practicing martial arts. Suddenly, the three of us came back with serious injuries. It turned out that they had provoked Feng Yuro when they were out on a mission. Feng Yuro didn't kill them, but seriously injured them. After Feng Yuro made her move, somehow, the three of us were besieged by experts from the big clans on their way back. When we came back to the southeast, they were already on the verge of death. After they came back home, they instructed us to move away immediately. 3 days later, the three of us passed away. From the beginning to the end, they didn't say who hurt them. Only when my master saw his 2 younger brothers die in front of him, he was on the verge of death. His mind was also a little muddled. Before he died, he said one sentence. Juan Renjia said deeply, "What sentence?" Chuyang asked. Before my master died, he suddenly shouted, "If there's a next life, I'll definitely exterminate the big clans and law enforcement officers." Juan Renjia seemed to have returned to the moment when his master died. He raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said this sentence in a hoarse voice. After he said this, Cheng Duiying and Bao Buhuan both trembled all over. A complicated look appeared on their faces, and tears even flowed down from their eyes. When Juan Renjia said this sentence, his tone and demeanor were exactly the same as what his master said before he died. There was silence in the forest. From then on, the three of us concealed our identities and practiced hard. A few years later, we dared to sneak out and inquire about this matter. Only then did we gradually know the inside story of this matter. Juan Renjia gritted his teeth. 2 ridges appeared on his cheeks. He said fiercely, "If we don't take revenge for this, we're not worthy of being human. If we don't take revenge for this, how can we face our 3 masters in the future?" So when the 3 of us knew the whole story, we swore to the heavens that in this life, no matter what, we'll never coexist with the big clans and law enforcement officers. Chuyang finally understood. So this was the reason why these 3 people kept making trouble for the big clans, especially the number 1 bandit, Juan Renjia, who was notorious all over the world because of this matter. Juan Renjia said it vaguely. Chuyang knew that there must be some other inside story, but he didn't want to ask further. This time, we originally wanted to assassinate 1 or 2 important people secretly and further cause conflicts between them. But Wei Wuyan, this bastard, intervened and ruined our plan. Juan Renjia laughed. His expression was a little bleak. With our current situation, if we meet people from the big clans, we can only run for our lives. Who else can we assassinate? We can only give up on this plan. But it's such a pity for this heaven-sent opportunity. Chuyang pondered for a while and said, "Elder Brother One, in your opinion, how long can this battle last?" Juan Renjia said, "It won't end even if we have another month. But now, it's just a confrontation. Occasionally, we'll assassinate and fight in the dark. The big battle on the surface shouldn't happen for the time being." He sighed, "But even if this battle lasts for 2 months, our injuries will only be healed after at least 1 month. As for the 3rd brother, he'll need at least 2.5 months. And this is only because he met little brother this divine doctor. If it's under normal circumstances, even if he's not disabled, he'll need at least half a year. And our assassination plan is based on the third brother. So this time, no matter what, we won't be able to make it in time. Chu Yang pondered and said, "Perhaps I have a way to heal your injuries in the shortest time possible. It's just that the process will be very painful and dangerous. What's the way?" Wan Renjie and Cheng Duing both became spirited. Their eyes lit up, and they grabbed Chu Yang's shoulders. Even Bao Buhuan, who was lying on the ground weakly, raised his head and looked at Chu Yang eagerly. It's to take a kind of medicine. After taking this medicine, one's cultivation can be increased by 500 years. We can use this method to completely use our cultivation to open up our meridians and use the essence of the universe to heal our injuries. Once the injuries are healed, not only will our cultivation recover completely, but we'll also be able to go one step further and enter the ranks of supreme martial artists, Chu Yang pondered and said with uncertainty, "But this medicine is extremely dangerous. Those who take it have a 50% chance of survival." Wan Renjie, Cheng Duing, and Bao Buhuan exclaimed at the same time, "Purple cloud pill?" The law enforcement officers, "Purple cloud pill. You have purple cloud pill?" The three of them were all martial saints. How could they not know about this kind of medicine, which was the most miraculous medicine besides heavy pills? Once Chu Yang said that, they immediately guessed it. Chu Yang smiled and said, "It should be that kind of thing. Back then, my teacher once saved a high-level law enforcement officer and was given a purple cloud pill. Then my teacher broke this pill into pieces and studied it carefully. He actually developed the prescription of the purple cloud pill. But due to the preciousness of the ingredients, he only managed to find enough medicine to refine one pill. After so many years, he's already used up 2 pills." Chu Yang looked at the 3 pairs of eyes that were shining with divine light. He smiled and said, "When I came out this time, my teacher gave me these 4 elixirs." Wan Renjie and the other 2 started to breathe rapidly. The 3 of them looked at Chu Yang, and their Adam's apple trembled violently. This, their faces were full of worry. Chu Yang couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, if it were an ordinary person, upon hearing that he had such a rare treasure, he would probably have already snatched it without caring about anything else. But these 3 people didn't do such a thing. It was enough to show that they had their own bottom line. Of course, if they snatched it, Chu Yang would also give it to them. It's just that he would have to add more ingredients. Chu Yang laughed and said, "Since we're so fated, and I feel like old friends at first sight, no matter how miraculous the medicine is, it's after all a dead thing." How can it be compared to human feelings? Wan Renjie and Cheng Duing were instantly moved to the extreme. They almost had the urge to cry. This wasn't just a treatment for their injuries, but a good thing that could allow the 3 of them to reach the heavens in one step. From low-grade martial saints to supreme martial artists, this was a qualitative leap. For their future actions, this would also greatly increase their chances of success and reduce the probability of failure and death. This was simply equivalent to Chu Yang giving each of them another life. How could they repay such a great kindness? I have a good news to report to everyone. The 4th heaven of the world-defying stage has opened a group. The group number is 254369092. This is the 4th full subscription group of the world-defying stage. Entering the group requires verification. Brothers and sisters who subscribe to the world-defying stage are welcome to join. Fengling is waiting for you inside. All of you are my brothers and sisters. I hope to become friends with all of you. Together we can conquer the world, dance with the wind and clouds, and conquer the world. Chapter 866. It was already early in the morning. Chu Yang sat on the ground tiredly and kept the silver needles. Marshal Yin Yang. Just now, Wan Renjie, Cheng Duing, and Bao Buhuan had taken the purple cloud pill one by one, and all of them had successfully advanced to first-grade supreme martial artist. Wan, Renjie, and Cheng Duiying's injuries had all recovered, and they were in high spirits. Only when Bao Buhuan took the purple cloud pill did something go wrong. Because his injuries were really too serious, it was equivalent to directly using the strong medicinal power to open up his meridians. And not only did it open up, but it also had to be connected. Although Chu Yang had already considered this aspect before, he had underestimated Wei Wuyan's Wuyan sword aura. This made him use a lot of strength from Niu Eru, as well as Wan Renjie and Cheng Duiying's help at the same time. It was as if Bao Buhuan had wandered back and forth on the netherworld, crossing hundreds of times. Just a little bit more, and he would explode and become fertilizer on the ground. When he finally passed through and completed the advancement, Chu Yang sat down on the ground weakly. His face was pale, and he was sweating all over. His physical strength was seriously overdrawn. For Bao Buhuan's advancement, Chu Yang was almost half a step into the gates of hell. "Oh my God!" Chu Yang groaned. "The three of you are really worthy of being called Yin Yang Bridge, Life and Death Road, Netherworld Crossing. I was just wandering on the Yin Yang Bridge, just now, wandering on the Life and Death Road, going back and forth in the Netherworld Crossing. This nickname seems to make a lot of sense." Wan Renjie laughed. "But little brother, you have single-handedly created a new Yin Yang Bridge, a new road of life and death, and a new netherworld crossing. In this world, besides little brother, who else has such ability?" Cheng Duiying and Bao Buhuan repeatedly agreed. The gratitude of the three towards Chu Yang was already deep in their bones. Chu Yang had saved Bao Buhuan's life by chance, and he was warm-hearted. He carried Bao Buhuan in a carriage to recuperate, and even used his supreme medical skills to alleviate their injuries. Furthermore, after knowing the difficulties of the three of them, he did the most generous thing in the world. He gave each of them a purple cloud pill. He made 3 supreme martial artists in one go. This was equivalent to completing the Leduo of 3 people. Furthermore, Chu Yang had made this decision after careful consideration. Martial Yin Yang, because after the 3 of them broke through, they would still have to go against the big clans and the enforcers. How much risk would Chu Yang have to take because of this help? It was easy to imagine. As someone from the heavenly layer, how could Chu Yang not know how powerful the big clans were? Just now he had personally said that the 3 of them were weak and did not have high hopes for them. But for the sake of their friendship from before, he had resolutely done so. Where could he find such a friend? The 3 of them were so touched that they didn't know what to say. "You want to say thank you?" It was as if no matter how much he thanked him, it could not be compared to the great kindness he had shown him. "What do you want to give me as a reward?" "But what can you give me that can compare to 500 years of cultivation? First-grade supreme martial artist?" The 3 of them had received such great kindness from him for no reason, but they realized that they really had nothing to repay him with. Little brother, I really don't know what to say." Wan Renjie sighed. "Little brother is so warm-hearted. You saved us from the brink of death and saved us when we were in danger. Your great kindness, I'm really... After a long while, he still felt that he couldn't say anything. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Elder brother Wan, why do you have to be like this? You and I are children of the martial world. We should be free and easy. I'm surprised that you're acting like a child." Wan Renjie said emotionally, "If it's just a small matter, of course we should be free and easy. But such great kindness, how can we be free and easy? How can the 3 of us repay such a great favor?" Sigh. Chu Yang smiled generously and said, "Elder brother Wan, you're wrong. To be honest, I didn't want to get involved in this matter at first. But the 3 of you did it for your master's last wish and to take revenge for him. Such filial piety is really touching. Moreover," Chu Yang looked at Chu Lu lovingly and said, "Previously, elder brother Wan coaxed my sister, You really like her from the bottom of your heart. My sister has been weak and sickly since young. It's rare for her to be so happy. But with elder brother Juan coaxed my sister to be so happy. Intentionally or unintentionally, Chu Yang had already changed the way he addressed them from 3 seniors to 3 elder brothers, and now to elder brother Juan and 3 elder brothers. He smiled a little shyly and said, I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but I treat my sister like my own flesh and blood. Just that elder brother Juan can make my sister so happy. It's already worth it for me to do something for the 3 of you. The latest chapter of Martial Yin Yang. He paused for a while and said, Moreover, elder brother Juan also gave Lu 3 priceless purple crystal jade cores. Juan Renji's face instantly turned red. He waved his hands repeatedly and said, Little brother, please don't mention this again. I'm already so ashamed. Just 3 purple crystals. He simply didn't know what to say. Cheng Duing said, That's right. Little brother's great kindness. How can we use some purple crystals to measure it? How can we repay little brother? The 3 of us really can't think of anything, even if we break our heads. Bao Buhuan smacked his lips. After pondering for a long time, he said, Little brother, big senior brother, and second senior brother are right. Chu Yang smiled honestly. He was a little at a loss as to what to do. He said, The 3 elder brothers have praised me so much that I'm blushing. Well, now it's 3 elder brothers again. Juan Renji sighed for a long time. When he heard Chu Yang's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, Little brother, we hit it off at first sight. If you don't mind our bad reputation, how about the 4 of us become brothers? As soon as he said this, Cheng Duing and Bao Buhuan's eyes lit up. Cheng Duing clapped his hands and said, That's right. Big senior brother is right. Little brother, as long as you don't object, the 3 of us will shamelessly become brothers with you. From then on, we'll share blessings and misfortunes together. If anything happens to little brother, even if the 3 of us are thousands of miles away, we'll definitely rush to your rescue. We'll solve all your difficulties. Chu Yang shook his head repeatedly. No, this can't be done. The 3 of you are all seniors in the martial world, and you're very powerful. And now you're a supreme martial artist, and you're looking down on the world. How can I, Chu Yang, dare to become brothers with the 3 of you? Isn't this killing me? This can't be done. Cheng Duing said enthusiastically, Why can't this be done? Not to mention supreme martial artist. Even if you're a supreme martial artist, isn't it all thanks to you? Let's become brothers. As long as we're willing, who can stop us? Chu Yang said sincerely, I know what you 3 big brothers are thinking. You want to help me, but really, Juan Renji said angrily, Little brother, do you think that the 3 of us have a bad reputation? Chu Yang was stunned. Big brother Juan, what are you saying? If I, Cheng Duing threatened, Little brother, are you afraid that we have too many enemies in the martial world, and that will implicate you? Chu Yang looked even more embarrassed. Big brother Cheng, you've really wronged me. But before he could finish his words, Bao Buhuan had already interrupted. Big senior brother and second senior brother are right. Little brother, you must be thinking this way. It's really not, really not. Chu Yang shook his head repeatedly. He was so anxious that his face had turned red. Since it's not, then what's the point of talking about it? Juan Renji said resolutely, This matter is settled. Chu Yang was surprised. This isn't good, is it? What's not good about it? Juan Renji said domineeringly. Among the brothers, I'm the most important. If I say so, then so be it. Duing, go and prepare some incense and candles. Buhuan, go and find something and prepare to make a blood oath. Little brother, 4th brother, do you have anything else to say? Chu Yang spread out his hands helplessly and smiled bitterly. Big brother has already said so. What else can I say? That's good. That's great. The three of them instantly became excited and laughed. Not long after, the four of them used soil as incense and caught a wild deer. The four of them then made a blood oath. Then the four of them knelt down on the ground at the same time. Juan Renjia said, "Heaven above, earth below." The other three said in unison, "Heaven above, earth below." I, Juan Renjia, Chung Duying, Baobuhuan and Chuyang are sworn brothers today. From now on, we'll share blessings and misfortunes together. If you're in trouble, I'll stand in front of you. If you're in trouble, I'll bear it. I, Chung Duying, I, Baobuhuan, I, Chuyang. The four of them bowed to the heavens 8 times and stood up. All of them looked very happy. Fourth brother, Juan Renjia called affectionately. Fourth brother. Chung Duying called fervently. Fourth brother. Baobuhuan grabbed Chu Yang's hand at once. Chu Yang's expression was very bashful, and he actually found it hard to open his mouth. After a long while, he finally said with a red face, "Big brother." Yes. Juan Renjia answered loudly and patted Chu Yang's shoulder hard. He laughed and looked very happy. "Quickly go and greet your second and third brothers." Second brother, third brother. Chu Yang bowed to each of them. Fourth brother, please get up. Chung Duying and Baobuhuan couldn't help but smile. Juan Renjia said, "Fourth brother, you're still young and in your prime. Your future is limitless." So, when we were swearing to be sworn brothers, I deliberately didn't say, "I don't wish to be born in the same year, same month and same day," but only wish to die in the same year, same month and same day. Haha, the three of us are already old men. If we really said that, little brother would suffer a big loss. Huh. The other two laughed together. "Congratulations, big brother." Chu Lu cupped her hands in front of her chest. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Juan Renjia instantly burst out laughing. He grabbed the little loli and pinched her lightly. Then he laughed and said, "Your big brother has become sworn brothers with us, but you haven't. In the future, you'll still call him uncle, okay?" Chu Lu said pitifully. "Then, won't I be 1 generation younger?" Ha ha ha. The four of them laughed together. 7th update. Thank you, brothers. We finally rushed to the first place temporarily. At that moment, more than 30 brothers and sisters took screenshots for me at the same time. I was so excited that I almost smashed the keyboard. With a swoosh, I took off my clothes and ran naked in the bedroom. Nothing to say. You're too powerful. In order to express my gratitude, all the students who voted for me today stepped forward and I kissed them one by one. There's no limit to males and females. Yes, males kiss on the face. Females kiss on the mouth. Waha! I'll continue to write the 8th update. No matter how late it is, the 10th update is definitely. Brothers, defend our position. Begging for monthly votes. Begging for recommendation votes. Chapter 867. The next morning. Net, big brother, second brother, third brother, Chuyang said, "Lu'er and I are going to the capital, which is different from the three of you. The three of you still have important things to do, so you'd better do it quickly. You don't have to worry about us." Juan Renjia said, "How can we do that? How can we rest assured if the two of you go on your way like this? No matter what, we have to escort fourth brother and Lu'er to the destination." Chung Duying and Baobuhuan agreed. Chuyang smiled and said, "If the three of you really want to do so, then Lu'er and I will walk slowly. When we reach the Black Pine Forest, we'll stop. It's a good place with mountains on one side and rivers on the other. The two of us will wait there for the three of you to return triumphantly after you've finished your important matters. Then we'll set off together. What do you think?" Juan Renjia, Chung Duying, and Baobuhuan looked at each other. They all felt that this was a good plan. Firstly, there was no danger. Secondly, it wouldn't delay their matters. They couldn't help but praise. Fourth brother, good plan. Chu Yang laughed and said, "However, the three of you have to be careful. The martial world is full of sinister people. You have to be careful." Wan Renjie and the other two said solemnly, "Little brother, you're right. Big brother will definitely be careful." Chu Yang said, "Also, which side will the three elder brothers be targeting this time? The Yi clan or the Shao clan?" Wan Renjie said without hesitation, "In my original plan, I want the two clans to kill an important person each. This way, they'll fight with their lives on the line, and will have more opportunities to take advantage of them." Chu Yang frowned and shook his head. "This is not appropriate." "Not appropriate?" Wan Renjie asked, "What's not appropriate?" "Big brother, think about it. Everyone has a vengeful mentality. For example, if you slap me, I'll definitely kick you. After a slap and a kick, if someone tries to stop the fight, I'll let it go, right?" Chu Yang said. Wan Renjie said, "That's right. If ordinary people fight, it's really like this." Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "Be it supreme martial artists or martial saints, they are all just ordinary people. If the person who is slapped doesn't return the slap, then the person will become angrier and angrier. In the end, it may even lead to a lawsuit." At this point, Wan Renjie started to ponder. Chu Yang said, "Just like this assassination attempt, if Big Brother had killed one person from each side, the fight wouldn't have started. Because everyone is very balanced. Everyone thinks that it was the other party who did it, and everyone also thinks that it was the secret power of their own family who did it, right?" "Yes." Wan Renjie's expression turned solemn. He had originally thought that this fourth brother he had just acknowledged was young and might not have any insights. But he did not expect that when he spoke it was actually clear and logical, meticulous and reasonable. For example, if the second master of the Yi clan dies, of course the Yi clan will be mad with grief and anger. They will take revenge, even at the cost of their lives. But if they suddenly hear that the third master of the Shao clan has also died, then there will be such a feeling, "Oh, one of you has also died. And the one who died is also an important person." So when they feel balanced mentally, they won't be so anxious to take revenge, because everyone will feel that they haven't suffered too much. So if Big Brother wants to take action, you can only choose one family. Chu Yang concluded, "Only in this way can the two families really fight to the death." Brilliant plan. Wan Renjie started to seriously consider. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Chu Yang's words were really insightful. "Big brother, fourth brother is right," Bao Buhuan said seriously. "Yes, that's right. What fourth brother said makes sense." Wan Renjie looked at Chu Yang with some reliance in his eyes. He did not expect that this little brother he had just acknowledged was not only a divine doctor, but also a genius strategist. This time he had really picked up a treasure by accident. "Fourth brother, in your opinion, which side should we take action from?" When Wan Renjie asked, there was a hint of seeking advice. This proved that he had already admitted that he was not as good as Chu Yang in terms of the overall situation and conspiracies, although he himself had not realized this point. "I think that the three of you should take action from the Yi clan." Chu Yang took a tree branch and drew a circle on the ground. "Look, this is the southeast, and the southeast is the Shao clan's base camp. In the southeast, it is true that the feud between the Huang clan and the Shao clan led to the two clans fighting. But if you look carefully, you can see that the Huang clan did not go all out, and neither did the Shao clan. Both sides only wanted to vent their anger. That's all there is to the Saint Hall," Chu Yang said. "Yes, I agree with this point." Wan Renjie frowned and said, "But little brother, you're so young. How do you know these things?" "I'm from the Chu clan of the Flat Mountain Ridge." Chu Yang laughed and said, "And The Shao clan had used the Grand Severing Hand on the only son of the Huang clan, and the Grand Severing Hand of the Huang clan was cured by me. I see. The three of them laughed out loud. Then they were shocked. So the young divine doctor in the flat mountain ridge is you. You flatter me. Chu Yang squinted his eyes and smiled. But I heard that the divine doctor is very black-hearted. He's known as the black-hearted divine doctor. Bao Buhuan was pinched by Cheng, deweying halfway through his words. Chu Yang suddenly laughed. Second brother, you don't have to do this. There must be a price to pay for my treatment. But people will always have feelings. There will also be those who are pleasing to the eye and those who are not. For those who think that they are rich and nouveau riche, if I don't earn their purple crystals, am I supposed to keep it for them? The three of them laughed. Exactly. Chu Yang continued. And after the Huang clan discovered the conspiracy of the Shao clan, they sent people to massacre the branch of the Shao clan in the flat mountain ridge. But at this time, the seventh master of the Shao clan suddenly got seriously injured and became disabled. Well, this is what I heard. He smiled. That's why the Huang clan and the Shao clan are getting anxious. The three of them said, I see. Although the three of them were plotting to deal with the big clans, they really weren't clear about the ins and outs of this incident. Speaking of which, they couldn't be blamed for this. Because even the experts of the Huang clan, Shao clan, and Yi clan who were fighting each other absolutely didn't know the inside story of this battle. In the whole world, there was only one person who could really understand this matter, and that was the person standing in front of them now, this kind, honest, pure, and innocent fourth brother who was shy and fresh out of the oven. Because this guy was the main culprit of the chaos in the entire upper three heavens. Since this is the case, then it should be a matter between the Huang clan and the Shao clan. Why is the Yi clan also involved? Wan Renjie asked, puzzled. Actually, the three of them had been puzzled about this matter all along the way. The two big clans had been at peace for close to 10,000 years. Why did they suddenly fall out with each other? Chu Yang said, it's like this. When the seventh master of the Shao clan was injured, the 13th master of the Yi clan also suffered a great loss in the flat mountain ridge. The 5 monarch-level experts that he brought were all killed. Even the 13th master of the Yi clan was on the verge of death. And the 13th master of the Yi clan escaped back. Rumor has it that it was the Shao clan who did it, so the Yi clan started to take revenge. I see. This matter is really too complicated. Wan Renjie and the other two finally understood. They couldn't help but sigh. They only felt that the twists and turns of this matter could be written into a novel. Just like this, the 3 big clans actually fought each other. The heavens are really helping me. Chu Yang continued to analyze. According to my speculation, although the people from the Yi clan who came this time are all elites, they are definitely not the top elites. They only came this time to vent their anger. So, big brother, your previous analysis is wrong. This battle definitely won't last for a long time. Wan Renjie and the other two nodded heavily at the same time. So you have to start from the Yi clan, because this is the Shao clan's home ground. Chu Yang said calmly, and you can't just kill one. You have to choose those who are powerful enough and kill a few of them consecutively. After that, you have to leave immediately. After that, no matter what happens, you can't care about it, much less watch it. Just hearing about it will be enough to satisfy you. Brilliant plan! Wan Renjie and the other two exclaimed at the same time. Only now do we realize that Old Fourth is actually an expert in scheming. Chu Yang smiled reservedly and thought, an expert in scheming? How am I just an expert? If you know that everything here is caused by me, even the matter of the big clans of the upper 3 heavens and the 8 big clans working together to deal with the Li clan is also caused by me. Humph, humph, humph. Yes, let's do it this way. Bao Buhuan clapped his hands heroically. But I have to remind you. Chu Yang pointed at the weapons of the 3 people and said, you can't use these to attack. These are your signboards. Once they are exposed, the Yi clan and the Xiao clan don't need to fight anymore. The two clans will directly join forces to find trouble with you. Of course, Wan Renjin nodded affirmatively and said, how can the three of us be so inexperienced? Chu Yang curled his lips secretly and thought, the three of you still say that you have experience. He frowned and said, since you plan to attack, who are you going to pretend to be from the Xiao clan? Pretend to be someone? Cheng Duiying said, do we still need to pretend to be someone? Then how are you going to let the Yi clan know that it's the Xiao clan who did it? Chu Yang was astonished. Don't we need to pretend to be someone? Isn't it the Xiao clan who did it? Cheng Duiying said matter-of-factly. Is there anyone else who can do it here? Chu Yang scratched his head and said, but aren't you here? But how does the Yi clan know that it's us who did it? Cheng Duiying rolled his eyes. But the Yi clan also can't be sure that it's the Xiao clan who did it. Chu Yang was speechless. So this is how you go against the big clans? I'm really going to faint. Wan Renjie said calmly, little brother, you mean? You choose a person whose style is similar to yours, imitate his attack, and make the enemy shout out before he dies, you're Xiao. Chu Yang said, only in this way can you immediately cause a conflict. You can't be sure of anything. You just let the two clans gather together to study what's going on. What results can you get? The big clans have been able to stand strong for so many years. Which one of them is stupid? Chu Yang said resentfully. Alas, if I had such cultivation now, I would have turned the world upside down long ago. You still don't know how to do it. The 8th update has been delivered. I'll continue to work hard. Please vote for me. I just want to say one thing. For groups have just been opened today. I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. Hundreds of people joined the group at once. The 5 managers were too busy. It's said that at the busiest time, one manager had to deal with more than 10 brothers and sisters at the same time. Therefore, some brothers were kicked out by mistake, and some brothers couldn't join the group. Here, on behalf of the managers, I would like to express my deep apologies to the brothers and sisters who were kicked out by mistake and couldn't join the group. I'm sorry to let you suffer. For those brothers and sisters who couldn't join the group, you can join the group after 12 o'clock in the morning and before 22 o'clock in the evening. At that time, some managers will have time. If you don't open the group occasionally, please understand and choose another time to join. Fengling is inside, waiting for your arrival anytime. Yes, longing for your arrival. The group number is on the page. Proud 4 groups. Everyone can join at any time, thank you. Chapter 868. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Seeing that the 3 of them were still a little confused, Chu Yang started to teach them step by step. What is your style? Then you should recall who in the Xiao clan is similar to you. Then you should do this and this, you should do this and this. Third brother, you should do this and this. Finally, Wan Renjie and the other 2 were enlightened. One by one, they gave Chu Yang a thumbs up and said happily, amazing! Waha! 4th brother, you're really something. The 3 of them reminded him, don't go too far. Wait for us there. If we can't find you, we'll teach you a lesson. Seeing that the 3 of them had finally walked far away and disappeared, Chu Yang finally fell on the carriage. I can't. Lu! Quickly make me a cup of tea. My mouth is dry. Chu Luer pouted and said, Big brother, I think you're very despicable. Chu Yang turned sideways and supported his head with his left hand. He asked why. You're obviously making use of them. The way you talk today is different from before. Although I don't know why you're making use of them. You're making use of them. Chu Luer said unhappily. Chu Yang laughed and looked at his sister gently. He said, Luer, do you know that there are 2 kinds of making use of people? One is to make use of others purely for your own benefits. This is harming others without benefiting yourself. The other is to benefit both parties. It's also called making use of others. Today, I don't deny that I've made use of my 3 brothers. However, they're also happy to be made use of by me at the same time. And this kind of making use sometimes requires true feelings. Giving one's heart can only be obtained. Chulu looked at him as if she didn't understand. Actually, in this world, who isn't being made use of? Chuyang sighed. For example, in the clan, I've made use of the clan's benefits and reputation. Outside, I've made use of 4th uncle's honesty and made him run errands for the 2 of us. Isn't this making use of him? The reason why I'm somewhat unscrupulous in the clan and insist on opening the purple crystals Huichan Hall outside, is it really my own power? No, that is your uncle's power. But here I am, taking advantage of your uncle and aunt's feelings of being indebted to me for so many years, though I don't really want to take advantage of them. Marshal Yang, no matter what I do, your uncle and auntie will support me no matter what. That is a form of compensation. Then, this use has relieved the guilt of the 2 elders for so many years, and allowed me to truly gain the affection of my parents. I'm happy I'm warm, but your uncle and auntie, aren't they happy? Chu Yang looked up at the gradually brightening sky and said, "In this world, the strong take advantage of the weak to achieve their unparalleled reputation. The big clans take advantage of the small clans, and the small clans take advantage of the smaller clans. The bosses take advantage of the workers to make money, and the workers take advantage of the platforms provided by the bosses to make money to support their families. In the end, aren't they all taking advantage of each other? It's just that some uses are called love, and some are called hate. Some are what the person being used yearns for, and some are hated by the person being used. Everyone in the heavenly layer has value, even everyone who died. Are brothers taking advantage of each other? But with this use, there's an additional sense of camaraderie and warmth. Just like you, Lu. Aren't you also taking advantage of others? You took advantage of me to treat your illness, and in front of me you gained happiness. I took advantage of your innocence, and my heart was filled with joy. Aren't we also taking advantage of each other? You took advantage of your mother to make yourself strong. Your mother also took advantage of you to support herself. Taking advantage, this is the true meaning of life. As long as we can take advantage of the person being taken advantage of, then it's not taking advantage. Chu Yang said warmly, "We usually call this kind of taking advantage cooperation. It's called true love in the human world." Chu Lu nodded. "I understand, big brother." Chu Yang laughed and rubbed her hair, saying, "Just like these 3 people today, their nature is not bad, but in this world, the 3 of them are treated unfairly. Since it's unfair, they have to fight. Since they fight, they have to pay the price. And the price they have to pay is their reputation." Chuler sighed and said, "The 3 of them are very good people." She smiled a little absent-mindedly and said, "Big brother, usually at home, I try my best to appear strong and mature, because I don't dare to be weak and I don't dare to be naive. Like Marshal Yang, my mother would feel even worse. But today, in front of this Uncle Juan, I really feel that I'm still a child." Chu Yang sighed slightly and said, "Lu, from now on, you don't have to suppress yourself anymore." Chu Lu slowly reached out her hands and hugged Chu Yang. She said, "Big brother, this Uncle Juan is really very nice. I can feel that the way he looks at me is as if he's looking at his own granddaughter. This cannot be faked." She pressed her little head against Chu Yang's chest and said softly, "The feeling he gives me is like a lonely old man. He has nothing, but he's yearning for everything, but he can't get anything. So pitiful." Chu Yang sighed and hugged Chu Lu, soft little body in his arms. His eyes looked deeply at the direction where Wan Renjie and the others had left, and he thought to himself, a lonely old man. He has nothing, yearning for everything, but he can't get anything. The three brothers are hugging a duo that can never be completed. In this world, they have no relatives and are living alone, drifting around the world, just for that little bit of kindness in the past. If they were to die, there wouldn't even be anyone to collect their corpses. Wasn't this a common portrayal of people in the martial world? When the sun set in the west, the piles of white bones in the wilderness and the lonely graves at the end of the world. Who knew if those buried there were not once world-shaking figures, however, ordinary people could still enjoy the incense offerings of their descendants after they died. But these unparalleled experts didn't even have this. Who could say that they weren't pitiful people? At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly felt that it was actually reasonable for the Tribulation Sword Master to reorganize the heavens once every 10,000 years. The siblings got on the carriage. Chu Yang waved the whip and continued to move forward. However, they deviated from the original route and went up a rugged road. After walking for more than 2 hours, they rushed out with a whoosh, and a new road appeared in front of them, and Chu Yang was driving the carriage. He seemed to be aimlessly rushing out of this road. Chu Lu was swaying left and right in the carriage. Chu Yang had already carried her out and held her in his arms. At this moment, seeing Chu Yang's strange actions, she couldn't help but be puzzled. "Big brother, where are we going?" Chu Yang smiled. "We're going down this road. It's close and fast." Chu Lu responded with an "oh." The carriage sped on the mountain road at almost full speed, and a cloud of dust was stirred up behind the carriage. Chu Yang seemed to be very anxious. He couldn't help but be anxious, because Wei Wuyan was almost at the end of his rope now. Chu Yang's powerful divine spirit had locked all the space here, and Wei Wuyan had been under the surveillance of Chu Yang's divine spirit. Wei Wuyan was very weak now. After the battle yesterday, he found a place to recuperate. This place was very secluded, and Chu Yang was very assured. But he didn't expect Wei Wuyan to be so unlucky. His divine spirit suddenly fluctuated violently in the middle of the night, as if he had encountered a strong enemy and was fighting with him. Then Wei Wuyan's divine spirit suddenly disappeared. And last night, Chu Yang was shocked when Bao Buhuan broke through. He thought that Wei Wuyan had died, and his mind was in a mess, which almost caused Bao Buhuan to not return. So today he immediately found a reason to send Wan Renjie and his 2 brothers away, and came over anxiously to look for Bao Buhuan. At the same time, he felt a little strange. With Wei Wuyan's martial experience and cultivation, the place he was looking for must be extremely secluded. But how could he be discovered? Moreover, although he was seriously injured at that time, it wasn't fatal and it didn't affect his movement. Logically speaking, an ordinary martial saint wouldn't pose any threat to him. Even if he couldn't defeat them temporarily, he could always escape. How could there be no divine spirit fluctuation in the end? For an expert at Wei Wuyan's level, there were only 3 possibilities for him to lose his divine spirit fluctuation. First, he had left, and he had left without Chu Yang noticing. But the first possibility was the most unlikely one. Second possibility, he was dead. Third possibility, he had fallen into a deep coma and was completely unable to control himself. So Chu Yang was very anxious. Within 4 hours, the carriage had traveled for nearly 100 miles. Chu Yang finally stopped and looked at the surrounding forest. Then he put Chu Lu down and gave her some instructions. Then he flew up and climbed up the tallest tree in the vicinity. Then he flew up again and flew to the peak of a small mountain. Standing on the top of the tree, he looked into the distance. In front of him on the right, the trees were in a mess, and there seemed to be traces of a fight. Chu Yang flew down, and no longer hesitated. He rushed over with the carriage. As he got closer and closer, he could already see whole trees flying out of nowhere, blocking the road. Chu Yang lashed out with his horsewhip and whipped away the trees that were blocking the road one by one. However, this didn't affect the speed of the carriage's advance. After traveling for more than 10 miles, the mountain road became narrower and narrower, and the traces of a fight became more and more obvious. This place was obviously affected by the aftermath of the fight, and the carriage couldn't pass through. Chu Yang flew down from the horse and instructed Chu Lu not to wander around. Then he turned into a ray of light and rushed into a messy forest. The dense forest here was relatively hidden. It seemed that no one had come here before. The wild grass was much more lush than in other places, and withered vines were everywhere. The forest was so dense that once he entered, he couldn't even see the sun. Chu Yang finally got close to the heart of the fight. When he looked up, he couldn't help but be shocked. Just a few hundred feet in front of him, there was actually a strange-looking thing leaning against a tree, and a pair of eyes were actually looking at him fiercely. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit exclaimed, "It's actually this thing!" The sword spirit's voice was also full of shock. "This is the 10th update. I will continue to write the 10th update. Please vote for me." Chapter 869. Book 7, Chapter 145. Wow. I'm so happy. 10th update. Chu Yang looked at the monster and saw that it had 8 legs. Each leg was as thick as a human's thigh. The net was covered with dense black hair. Its body was round and bulging, and its belly was a little white with a faint golden color. On top of it was a ferocious head. Its eyes stared at Chu Yang, but it didn't move at all. Chu Yang calmed himself down for a while before he realized that the monster was already dead. There was a sword pierced deeply into the monster's throat. Around the sword, there was a bloody hole the size of a wash basin. Wuyen's sword. Chu Yang walked closer and looked at the monster. He had a feeling that if he used too much strength and made a noise, the monster would be awakened at any time and launch a cruel attack. Although this monster was dead, the strength of its remnant aura still shocked Chu Yang a little. It was even terrifying. Around him, there were yellow, green, purple, all sorts of strange colors. Where was Wei Wuyan? He had already thrown out his Wuyan sword. Then where was he? Chu Yang searched quietly. Finally, he found Wei Wuyan at the roots of a tree that had become a fresh tree stump. Wei Wuyan's whole body had already sunk into the big tree, and there was no sound at all. Chu Yang guessed at once. This was a lose-lose situation. Wei Wuyan killed the monster with his last blow, but he was also directly knocked into the big tree by the monster's last blow. He didn't even struggle before he fainted. Looking at the distance between the two, it was a full 10 feet. Moreover, all the big trees in the straight line had been knocked away. Obviously, under the monster's last blow, Wei Wuyan's body flew out and broke more than 10 big trees in a row. Finally, his momentum was exhausted and he was embedded in this thick tree stump. Chu Yang looked at the messy field not far away. He was sure that this was the final battlefield and not the initial one. Next, he walked forward and stretched out his hand to feel Wei Wuyan's breath. He found that there was no breath. Chu Yang frowned and tried to feel Wei Wuyan's heart. However, he found that there was still a little warmth in his heart. His heart was also beating. Although it only beat once in a while, it was still alive after all. However, this bit of life force was pitifully weak. Just like a candle in the wind, it would be extinguished the next moment. Chu Yang sighed. With Wei Wuyan's current situation, even a 3-year-old child could poke him with a finger and he would die immediately. He really couldn't move it. Chu Yang took out half a bottle of vitality spring water from the tribulation space. He stepped forward and skillfully pinched Wei Wuyan's chin. Chu Yang placed one hand on Wei Wuyan's chest and poured the vitality spring water into his mouth. As he poured the vitality spring water into Wei Wuyan's body, he stroked Wei Wuyan's chest with pure vitality spring water. Then he took out an incomplete version of the heavy pill, pinched half of it, and used a cup of vitality spring water to melt this half of the pill. Then he poured it into Wei Wuyan's mouth. Wei Wuyan's current body couldn't even bear the incomplete version of the heavy pill. He could only use half of it. This was the first time Chu Yang had seen such a serious injury in his life. To be honest, the current Wei Wuyan could no longer be regarded as a living person. If it weren't for his cultivation at the peak of saint level protecting a little bit of his real spirit, his soul would have long been scattered. Chu Yang waited patiently. After a dozen breaths, Wei Wuyan's heartbeat gradually sped up. Finally, he coughed weakly and blood came out of his mouth. He regained his breath. I finally pulled my life back from the gates of hell. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Then he started to get busy. Wei Wuyan's face was no longer Wuyan, but in absolute 5 colors. There were red, blue, green, purple, and black. There were more than 10 colors than the rainbow of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Damn it. If Wei Wuyan were to sing an opera now, he wouldn't need to put on makeup. Chu Yang muttered, "This is poison. It's the most poisonous poison in the world." The sword spirit's voice was heavy. "This kind of poison hasn't appeared for a long time. Net, what kind of poison is this?" Chu Yang asked, hearing the sword spirit's serious words. Chu Yang's expression also became solemn. Lower grade, 10th level spirit beast. Human face rainbow spider. The sword spirit shook his head and sighed. Wei Wuyan's luck is really bad. Lower grade, 10th level spirit beast. Chu Yang gasped. This was the first time he came into contact with a 10th level spirit beast, although it was a dead thing. Human face rainbow spider has strong fighting power. Its body is invulnerable. Moreover, it usually grows in extremely poisonous places. It must be absolutely cold and humid. Moreover, this human face rainbow spider feeds on dried bones. It's extremely poisonous. If an ordinary person comes into contact with it, his whole body will rapidly fester and he will die. A poisonous pill grows in the body of a human face rainbow spider. This poisonous pill can produce all kinds of poisons. And when it spurts out from the spider's mouth, it's as bright as the clouds. The sword spirit gasped. This kind of thing has been extinct for tens of thousands of years. Why is there one here? And it looks like it's an adult. Chu Yang also looked at Wei Wuyan with some pity. So, Old Wei's luck is really bad. He can even come across something that has been extinct for tens of thousands of years. And he even barged into its nest when he was seriously injured. The sword spirit said in a low voice, looking at the situation, it should be so. How can this kind of poison be detoxified? Chu Yang asked. The sword spirit revealed a mysterious smile. Others may not be able to detoxify this kind of poison, but for you, it's as easy as blowing off dust. That's why I said that you're really lucky. He paused and asked, do you still remember that you got the inner core of the poisonous flood dragon at the Lotus Lake in the lower 3 heavens? Chu Yang suddenly remembered. Can the inner core of the poisonous flood dragon detoxify this poison? He wondered, but that poisonous flood dragon and this human face rainbow spider are not at the same level at all. It can actually detoxify this kind of poison in the world. The sword spirit sneered. How can a 1-year-old star spot grass be of the same level as the most poisonous nightmare snake in the world? The nightmare snake can only be poisonous after 1,000 years and can only really evolve after 5,000 years. But a 1-year-old star spot grass can detoxify the nightmare snake's poison. How do you explain this? Chu Yang coughed twice and said, if it can be detoxified, then so be it. What's so great about it? Seeing that this guy was going to be unreasonable again, the sword spirit sensibly shut up. Chu Yang rummaged in the space for a long time before he found the inner core of the poisonous flood dragon. How do I use it? The sword spirit ridiculed. Aren't you very capable? Sword Master Chu immediately acted like a sword master and was about to scold him. The sword spirit hurriedly said, soak him in clear water for a few breaths and let him drink the clear water. This poison will be detoxified. So easy? Chu Yang hurriedly followed the instructions. After the clear water was poured down, the color on Wei Wuyan's face really faded gradually. revealing the original contours. His breathing also became a little heavy, but he was still unconscious. Only then did Chu Yang dare to check his injuries. With one look, he couldn't help but feel his scalp explode. If there were a total of 100 bones in Wei Wuyan's body, then at least 30 of them had been broken. It was such a horrifying ratio. Furthermore, the great majority of them were broken into pieces. "My goodness!" Divine Dr. Chu exclaimed. "His bones are broken like this, but he can still support me to save him. This is also an extraordinary person." Although he was making sarcastic remarks, his hands didn't stop at all. He began to treat Wei Wuyan quickly. All kinds of potions were sprinkled on Wei Wuyan's body. Vitality spring water was even smeared on Wei Wuyan's body from the outside. Finally, Wei Wuyan groaned. Chu Yang shouted softly. He stretched out his hand and patted the tree stump. Wei Wuyan's body bounced out softly from inside. Chu Yang's right hand moved, and Wei Wuyan's body stopped in midair. Chu Yang pierced the silver needles that he had already prepared. In the blink of an eye, 30 silver needles were shot into Wei Wuyan's back, fixing his spine that had been broken into several pieces. Then he melted the other half of the incomplete version of the heavy pill in the vitality spring water and smeared it on Wei Wuyan's back. Then he carefully laid Wei Wuyan down. Sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. The sword spirit also sighed. "If you want to completely cure this guy, you need at least 4 unsafe versions of the heavy pill. It's really not easy to refine medicine." Chu Yang said earnestly, "Sword spirit, you can't be greedy for these things, nor can you be too stingy. You must know that a doctor has the heart of a parent." The sword spirit directly vomited in the tribulation space. "Don't touch him for the time being. Let his body recover first." The sword spirit reminded, "You should go and deal with the body of that human face rainbow spider. That's a treasure." "Treasure?" Chu Yang's eyes lit up. "Of course. Don't be fooled by its ugly and disgusting appearance. Its whole body is a treasure. This is a 10th grade spirit beast. Furthermore, it's a fully grown 10th grade spirit beast." The sword spirit couldn't help but sigh. Even if Wei Wuyan wasn't injured, he could only run away when he saw this thing. But when he was seriously injured, he actually risked his life to kill it. "This is really," he sighed. "Wei Wuyan died unjustly, but isn't the spider also unjustly killed? It hid here to cultivate for 10,000 years, and a sudden disaster fell from the sky." Chu Yang wasn't interested in listening to his sigh. He had already pulled out his tribulation sword and asked excitedly, "Where should I start? Where are the treasures the most? I'm most interested in treasure hunting." The sword spirit sighed deeply again. "Otherwise, I'd say that you're lucky. You've really reaped a great harvest this time. There's not only this spider here. You must know that this kind of rainbow spider is dirty, but it loves cleanliness the most. Although it has to cultivate in dark and damp places, its residence must be dry and even sunny. Do you know what I mean?" Chu Yang thought for a while, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Earthly soul ginseng?" The sword spirit smiled and said, "If you can't find the earthly soul ginseng where the human face rainbow spider is, then you won't be able to find it anymore." Chu Yang laughed heartily, full of gratification. "My sister seems to be really lucky, ha ha ha!" He counted his fingers and couldn't stop laughing. "Spider is one, earthly soul ginseng is another, and the #1 blood payer expert, who has never owed anyone in his life, owes me a big one this time. Wahahaha, I'm so happy. 10 chapters. Begging for votes." Chapter 870. The sword spirit said lightly, "We'll talk about it after you've got what you can get. As for whether I owe you anything, it depends on the person. Don't always think that things are going smoothly." Chu Yang nodded. "You're right. One's true nature can only be seen at the critical moment of life and death. The sword spirit said lightly, "What you've done is a little too smooth. Before this, I didn't think that you'd have such big ambitions. You actually want to draw in both opposing parties. Don't you think you're a little too broad-minded?" Chu Yang was silent for a while and said, "Wei Wuyan and Wan Renjia are all heroes of their time. It's a pity to let them go." He sighed deeply and said, "Sword spirit, I know what you're worried about. But have you ever thought about what I have now?" "What do you have?" The sword spirit was startled. "I'm very lonely," Chu Yang said in a daze. "In my previous life, I wandered alone in the mountains and the seas. Although I was lonely, I was used to it. But in this life, it's different. In the lower three heavens, I have brothers and comrades. At least, everyone is working hard for the same goal. In the upper three heavens, it's even more so. I have brothers who share life and death with me. When one of them points, everyone will step forward at the same time. But in the upper three heavens, what do I have? Or you can say that I have a clan and parents. I have a connection with the law enforcement officers and a relationship with Han Sharan. But all these are just water and sand. They're not worth mentioning. My family, my parents, I want to protect them all the time. This doesn't mean that they're a burden to me. On the contrary, my clan and relatives are my responsibilities. As a man, there are some responsibilities that I have to bear. My clan and relatives are one of the most important. So I won't allow my clan to be involved in disputes. As for the law enforcement officers, we're only cooperating now. Everyone's giving their true feelings. But once my real identity is exposed, will Han Shaoran, Sha Xinliang, and Qin Baoshan help me? Or will they help the law enforcement officers? This is something that I don't even need to consider. Other than this, what else do I have? There's nothing left. Chu Yang smiled lightly. I'm just a lonely person. At present, I have lost contact with my brother. In the upper three heavens, there's Dong Wushang, Rui Batong, and Mo Laer. But now I don't know where they are. I can only keep my head down and move forward step by step. I don't even know where my next goal is. I can only use all kinds of schemes and tricks to blindly stir up a storm in the sky. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Such days are really depressing. I understand that I'm too eager for quick success, and I also understand that this kind of mentality is not desirable. Chu Yang calmly analyzed his own heart and thoughts. But what can I do? I can only try my best to get as many experts as I can. I want to increase my bargaining chip. 4th stage, Sword Sovereign. This cultivation isn't low. It's even to the extent that such a cultivation can already dominate an area in the upper three heavens. However, what am I in the upper three heavens? Don't you see that as long as the big clans roam the pugilistic world, they are at least at the monarch level? I understand that Wan Renjia and the others may not be so reliable and may not be willing to live and die with me. Wei Wuyan has his own principles, but I can only give it a try. Even if there's only a slight chance, I still have to give it a try. Chu Yang sighed deeply and said, I lack too many helpers now. The sword spirit was silent and didn't say anything. Chu Yang was right. Since Chu Yang came to the upper three heavens, Chu Yang's achievements were remarkable in terms of the mission of the Tribulation Sword. He successfully eradicated the internal strife within the clan, and even made use of the foreshadowing previously to stir up a storm among the big clans, causing them to kill each other. Recently, he even used his identity as a divine doctor to stir up a conflict between the law enforcement officers and the Shi clan. He even stirred up a conflict between the Huang clan, the Yi clan, and the Shao clan. It seemed that the entire upper three heavens was in chaos because of this. However, after careful analysis, one would know that these conflicts were too superficial. As long as the law enforcement officers and the Dharma Supreme weren't idiots, they wouldn't allow the conflict between Han Shaoran and the Shi clan to expand. The conflict between the Shao clan, the Huang clan, and the Yi clan was also superficial. They were just venting their anger. There would definitely not be a life and death struggle between the three clans. and the one with the deepest conflict was Li Xiongtu's Li clan. However, the Li clan's crisis only lay with Li Xiongtu. If Li Xiongtu died, then the situation would immediately revert to its original state. Moreover, this was basically a conspiracy and there was a possibility of it being exposed. Looking at it now, Chu Yang was really helpless. Other than the relatively weaker Chu clan, the only ones who could really help him now were Wan Renjie and his two brothers, whom he saved last night. However, these few people, compared to the 10,000 years of heritage of the big clans, were nothing. Chu Yang sighed deeply. The sword spirit also sighed deeply. At this moment, the two realized one thing almost at the same time. Sometimes a conspiracy didn't mean everything. Chu Yang was silent and started to dismember the human face rainbow spider. The tribulation sword was extremely sharp. With one slash, a big piece of the human face rainbow spider's body would fall off. Chu Yang started from the 8 legs of the human face rainbow spider. At the joint of one leg, a round and crystal-clear pearl the size of a walnut rolled out. This is the pearl of the spider. In the body of this human face rainbow spider, there are 8 such pearls. The sword spirit explained, "This is a luminous pearl, other than its astronomical value. It doesn't have much help for martial cultivation and spirit. However, you can exchange it for a huge amount of purple crystals. Of course, you have to find the right person." Chu Yang nodded and kept the pearl. With a swoosh, he cut open the second leg. In just a moment, the 8 legs of the human face rainbow spider were all cut open by Chu Yang, and he took out 8 round pearls of the same size. 8 luminous pearls. In the dark forest, they emitted a dim light. It formed a dense halo of light, gentle and cold. The value of each pearl was priceless. Chu Yang only took a glance at it before keeping it into the tribulation space. Then he slashed the head of the human face rainbow spider with his sword. With a schwa sound, the spider's huge head exploded, and a fist-sized pearl that emitted a colorful light rolled out. "This is a poison pill." The sword spirit's face was serious. "It can transform into thousands of poisons. It's an extremely vicious thing." He sighed quietly, as if he could see what kind of mountains of corpses and seas of blood this poison pill would cause in Chu Yang's hands. "Cut open its body and take out its inner core. Then you can completely abandon this ugly body." The sword spirit said lightly, "This is your first inner core of a 10th grade spirit beast. Together with the 8 luminous pearls, it will shine in the medicine banquet. It will exchange for countless purple crystals and elixirs that you urgently need." Chu Yang finally revealed a smile on his face. He took out the inner core of the human face rainbow spider and admired it for a while before putting it in the tribulation space. Then he dug a hole and buried the huge spider's body. Wei Wuyan was still unconscious, but his breathing had completely stabilized. Chu Yang checked the efficacy of the medicine and put down a luminous pearl beside him. After all, this was a product of a 10th grade spirit beast. With this pearl here, no wild beast would dare to enter within a radius of hundreds of miles. Then Chu Yang straightened up and shot into the dense forest like a sharp sword. He was going to find the earthly soul ginseng. Along the way, it became more and more eerie. Finally, after advancing for more than 10 miles, the sword spirit warned, "Stop! The cliff opposite here should be the nest of the human face rainbow spider." Chu Yang looked up and saw a whole swamp opposite. In the swamp, there were actually countless skulls floating up and down, making the atmosphere here full of eerie horror. But the opposite was on the opposite side of the swamp. There was a straight cliff. On one side of the cliff that was 400 to 500 feet high, there seemed to be a concave area, but there was a patch of golden color, brilliant and dazzling. The sun shone in through the gap and just happened to shine on this spot. So there really is such a place. In places that are extremely dark and humid, There will be places that completely face the sun. Chu Yang looked at this small area and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. On this cliff, other than the place where the sun shone, there was a patch of dark clouds 3 feet above. It was so humid that it seemed as if water was about to drip. 3 feet below, it was even more humid. But only this area was dry and refreshing. It was like a clear dividing line. Between the chaos of the sky and the darkness of the earth, there was a heaven on earth. There was nothing in the surroundings. Only on the top of the cliff, there were 3 golden plants that looked like ripe grain swaying gently in the wind. That's the earthly soul ginseng. There are actually 3 of them. The sword spirit said excitedly. There was some surprise in his voice. I didn't expect it to grow above the nest of the human face rainbow spider. Speaking of which, you have to thank Wei Wuyan. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid it would be really difficult for you to defeat this human face rainbow spider with your strength. Chu Yang nodded silently. He extended his body and leaped up. Surprise and gratitude could only be said after he got it. No matter what he said now, it would be in vain. After he went up, the dark clouds above were already a little thin. He could more or less see the situation above the clouds. This was a canyon. From here, he could only see a faint ray of light. Chu Yang quickly picked the 3 earthly soul ginseng and kept them in the tribulation space for the sword spirit to appraise. Looking up, he was suddenly enlightened. I finally understand. Wei Wuyan must have come down from here. If he wants to avoid the pursuit of Wan Renjie and the others and quietly recuperate from his injuries, this is really the safest place. The sword spirit curled his lips. If there's no human face rainbow spider here, it's naturally the safest place. The human face rainbow spider appears at night and absorbs the deathly aura and the chilly aura. When Wei Wuyan came down, it should be the time when the human face rainbow spider raised its head to absorb the deathly aura and the chilly aura. Wei Wuyan definitely didn't expect that the safest place that he thought to be was actually the mouth of the King of Hell. Chapter 871. Chu Lu was waiting anxiously, but she saw that Chu Yang had already turned back quickly. He was still carrying a bloody and seriously injured person in his arms. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In her little heart, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. Big Brother seems to have come out to do good deeds. Look at how enthusiastic he is, saving one person after another. Has he really found his conscience? A doctor has the heart of a parent? Just as she was thinking, Chu Yang had already arrived in front of her. Lure, make way. This guy's injuries are too serious. He's already lost his life. Chu Lure couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't this the person who tried to snatch a rabbit leg from me, but failed? If Wei Wuyan could hear this sentence now, he would definitely faint. What kind of person am I? I actually failed to snatch a rabbit leg from a little girl? Chu Yang pulled the bedding in the carriage down to the ground. He found an empty space and stretched out his hand to sweep it. It was flat and tidy. Then he spread the bedding on the flat ground and placed Wei Wuyan on it. It was noon now. Although it was already early autumn, the weather was still very hot. Chu Yang placed Wei Wuyan at the most sunny position. Then he began to fly around and cut off all the branches and trees that were blocking the sunlight, so that the sunlight would be more abundant. Then he took out silver needles without stopping. In the blink of an eye, 30 silver needles were inserted into Wei Wuyan's head. Then the silver needles trembled. Along with the trembling of the silver needles, Wei Wuyan's head also slowly became brighter. This was the way Chu Yang used the silver needles to prick the blood. He used a special position to fill a certain part of Wei Wuyan's head with a special attraction, attracting the noon sun to strengthen the irradiation of that part. Using the pure yang energy of heaven and earth, Chu Yang accelerated the recovery of Wei Wuyan's brain. After a while, Wei Wuyan's head actually seemed to be glowing, emitting a blazing light. His hair also seemed to be a little dry and curly. Chu Yang shouted and instantly took out the silver needles. After a little treatment, he used the same method to prick Wei Wuyan's heart and finally his dantian. After 3 rounds of pure yang qi into his body, Wei Wuyan's complexion looked much better. His chest could even be seen faintly moving up and down. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He took out the incomplete, heavy pill from his bosom and poured the vitality spring water into it. Then he took out another pill and poured it into his mouth. Chu Lu rested her chin on her hand as she watched from the side. It was as if she was watching a magic show. The sword spirit was in the tribulation space. Seeing how Chu Lu was looking at it with great interest, he couldn't help but have an idea. He said, Chu Yang, don't sell the poisonous core and inner core of this 10th grade human face rainbow spider. If you can find a suitable body constitution, it can create a top poison expert for you. A top poison expert in the world? Chu Yang frowned. Yes, don't forget that you still have a complete copy of the Guide to the World of Poisons. Once the Guide to the World of Poisons is combined with the inner core and poisonous core of the human face rainbow spider, its cultivation and power will definitely surpass that of the poison doctor Wu Jueqing. The sword spirit said lightly. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, It's a beautiful idea, but to find such a person who's loyal and devoted to me is harder than ascending to the heavens. It's not hard, the sword spirit said. There's one beside you. Chu Yang's eyebrows slowly knitted together tightly, and his voice became cold. You mean Luo? Yes, Chu Luo is so young, but she has already endured the cruelest torture in the world. Her temperament is already more tenacious than anyone else in the world. As long as her illness is cured, she will be the best candidate to cultivate the Guide to the World of Poisons, and her future achievements will definitely surpass Wu Jueqing's. Chu Yang's face turned into a block of ice. The sword spirit hurriedly said, Moreover, cultivating this poison technique will not harm Chu Lu's body at all. On the contrary, it will increase her ability to protect herself countless times. And Chu Lu has a steady temperament and knows her limits. She won't act rashly. He could tell that Chu Yang didn't want his sister to cultivate this kind of evil poison technique at all, so he hurriedly explained. Chu Yang's face darkened, and he said, We'll discuss this matter again. The sword spirit sighed. Although Chu Yang said that he would discuss it again, his tone was stiff. Even a fool could tell that it was impossible for Chu Yang to let Chu Lu cultivate the poison technique. Right at this moment, Wei Wuyan, who was on the ground, moaned softly and opened his eyes. Then he shut his mouth abruptly. That was because even this number 1 blood payer expert couldn't bear the immense pain that he suddenly felt when he woke up. But he actually didn't make a sound. Other than the moan he made when he was unconscious, he actually didn't make any sound at all. Wei Wuyan felt his own body and couldn't help but reveal a strange look in his eyes. Although he couldn't move now, he already felt that his body was fine. As long as his broken spine recovered, he would be able to stand up right away. What was going on? Wasn't he already dead? Wei Wuyan still had lingering fears when he thought of the battle between himself and that monster that night. He tried his best to turn his head and saw Chu Yang and Chu Lu. He couldn't help but be shocked. It's you. It's you who saved me? Chu Yang sighed. Brother Wei, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Wei Wuyan sighed. It's a long story. Chu Yang said, Then you should circulate your martial arts to recover first and let the medicine take effect. We'll talk about it again when you feel better. Wei Wuyan blinked and closed his eyes. Wei Wuyan's feelings were extremely complicated. He knew that with his injuries he was already dead for sure. With such serious injuries, he even felt that his divine spirit was about to shatter. Even if all the divine doctors in the Medicine Valley gathered together, they might not be able to save his life. But with such serious injuries, this young man whom he met by chance could actually save him. Since Chu Yang could save him, he could definitely make him recover. So Wei Wuyan wasn't worried about anything now. He only had a complicated feeling in his heart. He had never owed anyone any favors in his life. Even if it was a drop of water, he would repay it with a gushing spring. This had created his unique character. He was also extremely proud in his heart. In this world, who doesn't owe people anything? Only I, Wei Wuyan. Although I'm called Wuyan, most people in the world have no face in front of me. Previously, I ate his rabbit and drank his wine, and I was still brooding over it. Now, Chu Yang dragged me back from death and even helped me recover my cultivation. This was a genuine, life-saving grace and the grace of rebirth. He didn't owe anyone anything in his life. How could he repay such a great kindness? Wei Wuyan actually felt hesitant. So after he woke up, he didn't say any words of thanks. How could such a great kindness be spoken out in words? After a long time, Wei Wuyan exhaled softly and woke up. He tried to move his arms. He could already lift them up. He could also turn his neck without any hindrance. He could feel his 2 legs, but they were in great pain. Only his waist was still numb. Occasionally he would feel a sharp pain or an itchy and numb feeling. How is it? Chu Yang's voice came over. Only my waist is left. Wei Wuyan felt his body. He felt that his true energy had begun to condense in his dantian. The joy of being reborn almost made him cry. Your waist bone is broken. It's not a matter of a day or 2. Chu Yang nodded. Don't move. Suddenly, Chu Yang hooked his leg on his waist and turned his body over. Wei Wuyan exclaimed, Ouch! Be gentler. Chu Yang's unceremonious turn almost made him faint from the pain. He was caught off guard, and even a few drops of tears fell out. Chu Yang snorted, When I brought you back, you were still rude. I didn't see you shouting. Wei Wuyan thought, I didn't know anything at that time. Even if you cut me into 8 pieces, I wouldn't feel anything. How should I shout? Just as he was about to speak, he felt that Chu Yang had already pressed his leg flat on his broken waist bone. Even though Wei Wuyan boasted of being a man of iron, he couldn't help but scream, Ouch! Fuck! Are you treating a disease? Your heart is too black. Chu Yang snorted, Too black? Haven't you heard of the Black Heart Saint? It's me. If my heart isn't black, how can I have such a good reputation? Wei Wuyan was taken aback. One of the doubts in his heart was finally solved. No wonder! Little brother, you're the Black Heart Saint who specializes in treating old terminal illnesses. No wonder you have such skills. Chu Yang took off his shoe with one foot and stepped on Wei Wuyan's waist with his bare foot, rubbing back and forth. Wei Wuyan was moaning and talking at the same time. He felt a cool sensation passing through his broken lumbar bones. It was indescribably comfortable. This was really a mixture of ice and fire. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die, and on the other hand, he was so comfortable that he wanted to moan, Are you a dead person? Chu Yang said exasperatedly, I'm dripping medicinal water into your body. Why aren't you circulating your martial power to flush the meridians in your waist? This is vitality spring water. Do you have to waste it for me? Oh. Wei Wuyan hurriedly began to circulate his martial power. No wonder I'm recovering so quickly. It turns out that this little brother has the legendary holy water, vitality spring water. Sai, this favor is really big. Wei Wuyan circulated his martial power and sighed in his heart. It turns out that Chu Yang has given me such a magical medicine. This is the vitality spring water that is said to be 1 life for 1 drop of water. How much vitality spring water did you use? Wei Wuyan asked this question out of curiosity. I only have a total of half a caddy. I've already given you 3.5 liters. Now, half a cup has entered your body. You still have to use the remaining little bit later. Chu Yang said somewhat unwillingly, "How much do you want?" "Anyway, when you recover, I'll only have a drop of this stuff left." Wei Wuyan sighed and muttered, "I've never owed anyone anything in my life. I didn't explode for a day, and I've already exploded. Sigh. I feel much better now. Last night, when I woke up after sleeping for more than 10 hours, both my legs were floating. It's not that I didn't want to explode yesterday. I really wanted to expand the battle results. But at that time, I really couldn't do it. Everyone didn't understand, and I couldn't do anything about it. And last night, even if I tried my best, I couldn't explode. This update makes up for yesterday's update. I'll continue to write today's update. I'm begging my brothers and sisters for monthly votes." Chapter 872, Part 7, Chapter 148. Amethyst Han Chuyang exerted force on his leg, making this number 1 blood pair howl like a pig being slaughtered. Then he said lightly, "Do you think you owe me?" Wei Wuyan's tears and snot came out from Chu Yang's kick just now. He hummed and said with a nasal voice, "I owe you." Chu Yang exerted force on his leg again and asked, "How are you going to repay me?" The brother Wei who has never owed anyone anything in his life? Wei Wuyan said with pain in his body, mind, and soul, "Then tell me how I can repay you." Ouch! Before he finished his words, his waist was kicked again. Wei Wuyan opened his mouth and howled. He gasped for breath, and his eyes turned white. He couldn't even speak. Chu Yang smiled evilly. "I often hear people say that if you can't repay a life-saving grace, you can only repay it with your body." Wei Wuyan choked and coughed. "I don't have that ability," Chu Yang said. "Then be a cow or a horse." Wei Wuyan sighed. "Sigh, this is true. I can only do so." Chu Yang was stunned. "Do you really want to be a cow or a horse for me?" Wei Wuyan sighed deeply. "Damn it. Other than this, I have no other way to repay you." Chu Yang said strangely, "You can use the purple crystals you've earned over these years to repay me. There should be at least a few 100,000 purple crystals." Wei Wuyan's face turned pale. "I don't even have a single purple crystal now." Chu Yang was shocked. Then where did the purple crystals go after so many years of being a blood pair and completing so many tasks? Wei Wuyan sighed deeply. His expression was extremely painful. He seemed to have something that he couldn't say. Chu Yang's eyes flashed, and he didn't ask further. Chu Yang used his leg to twist Wei Wuyan's waist again. He used the heaven-splitting divine technique to force the vitality spring water directly into Wei Wuyan's waist. Then he removed his leg from Wei Wuyan's body. Try again. Wei Wuyan followed Chu Yang's instructions and was surprised to find that the spiritual energy had already passed through the meridians in his waist. Of course, the pain was also doubled. But how could Wei Wuyan care about this pain? As long as there was a feeling, there would be hope. He tried to move and said, "I still can't stand up." Chu Yang nodded. "If you can stand up now, then it'll really be a miracle. Today, you don't have to do anything. Just circulate your energy over and over again, passing through the meridians in your waist. Restore the vitality of that area and quickly digest the medicinal efficacies of the vitality spring water. Tomorrow morning, I'll prescribe some medicine for you, and you should be able to stand up. I can't prescribe the medicine now. The medicine is too concentrated, and you won't be able to withstand it now." Wei Wuyan nodded. "Okay." The next day, when Chu Yang and Chu Lu came out of the tent, they found that Wei Wuyan was still lying straight on the ground. His body was covered with dense white fog. Chu Yang looked at the white fog and nodded. Wei Wuyan had absorbed the pure yang qi during the day and the pure yin qi during the night. Now they were close to merging. This was greatly beneficial to his injuries. When the sun came out and the sunlight shone on Wei Wuyan also stopped practicing at the same time. Chu Yang walked over with a bowl of black liquid. Drink this. Wei Wuyan didn't even look at it. He took the bowl and drank it in one gulp. In this bowl of medicinal soup, there was an incomplete version of the heavy pill that Chu Yang had melted in it. After drinking it for an hour, Wei Wuyan clearly felt that his lumbar bones seemed to be integrating piece by piece. He forcibly endured the numbing and painful feeling, as if a group of ants were biting his soul. He bit his lips and didn't say a word. After 2 hours, Wei Wuyan suddenly frowned. He opened his mouth and spat out a blood-colored gas. He spat it out straight from his mouth, and it sprayed out to 100 feet away. Then he moved his body. Chu Yang walked to him and stretched out his hand. Wei Wuyan shook his head resolutely. He supported himself with one hand on the ground and slowly sat up. After taking a few deep breaths, Wei Wuyan used both hands to support his lower back. He retracted his right foot and stepped on the ground. With a bit of strength, he finally stood up. He gasped for breath and stood upright. After a long time, his eyes turned red. He operated his martial power, and a hazy mist appeared in his eyes. Then he turned around and stared at Chu Yang. After a while, he finally smiled. His vital qi flowed through his meridians. He knew that he had recovered. Perhaps he was still a little weak now, but in the current situation, he would be the #1 blood payer again in less than 10 days. Little brother. Wei Wuyan smiled faintly and said, "You're very amazing." Just because I saved you, you think I'm amazing? Chu Yang smiled. No. Wei Wuyan chuckled and said, "When I was young, my father came from a business background. Our family was quite wealthy. However, there was one time when we were careless and got cheated, and we owed a huge debt. Every day, the debt collectors would pile up at my house." Wei Wuyan smiled and said, "That feeling of owing others is really uncomfortable. So from then on, I swore that I would never owe anyone anything in my life. And you're the second person who can make me owe someone something. The first person is my master. My master saved me from danger and taught me martial arts. So, I respect him and owe him my whole life." Wei Wuyan looked at Chu Yang and said, "And you saved my life. I owe you my whole life too." Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Brother Wei, it's really meaningless to talk about this." Wei Wuyan smiled, grabbed Chu Yang's hand and shook it hard. He didn't say anything. Chu Yang smiled and asked, "Brother Wei, there's one thing that I don't understand." Wei Wuyan said, "What's the matter?" "Brother Wei's name has shaken the heavens these years. It can be said that you've earned countless purple crystals, but Brother Wei just mentioned that you don't have any. This makes me very puzzled." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Brother Wei probably won't misunderstand what I mean." "Absolutely not." Wei Wuyan looked at him thoughtfully and said, "So, little brother already knows that I'm Wei Wuyan." Chu Yang said lightly, "When I was healing you, the sudden recovery of spiritual energy in your body told me your identity. Your appearance is ordinary. Your whole life is ugly. Your sword is ugly, and your cultivation is extraordinary. Moreover, your jade pendant is engraved with your name. If I say that I don't know, then I'll be too hypocritical." Wei Wuyan laughed and said, "You're right." Chu Yang also laughed and said, "I didn't expect that I, Chu Yang, would actually save a famous big shot today." Wei Wuyan shook his head and laughed. Then he returned to the original topic and said, "I don't want purple crystals. I'm also not interested in purple crystals, but I have to earn purple crystals because my master needs them." Chu Yang said, "Oh." Wei Wuyan said deeply, "My master is injured. He needs a lot of purple crystals every day to suppress his injuries. He needs at least 300 purple crystals every day. Otherwise, his body will shrink. Without purple crystals for 3 days, he will completely lose his life. So, I can only try my best to earn purple crystals." Wei Wuyan took a breath and was a little embarrassed. In the past 100 years, I've earned close to 10 million purple crystals. But now I still can't make ends meet. Chu Yang frowned and frowned again. Finally, he said, "Purple crystal hand." "Yes, purple crystal hand." Wei Wuyan's eyes lit up. Chu Yang sighed and said, "This purple crystal hand is a common name. According to its real name, it's called Remnant Soul Exterminating Hand. After using this insidious method, one can only rely on the spiritual energy of purple crystals to stay alive. Without purple crystals, one's life will end. So, this martial art has another name called Bankrupt Hand. It means that with this insidious method, not only will one lose his life, but he will also go bankrupt before he dies." Wei Wuyan's face was gloomy and he said, "You're right. Purple crystals need to be bought or exchanged. Even big clans can't afford such consumption. 300 purple crystals a day, 1,000 purple crystals a month, 100,000 purple crystals a year. And this is increasing slowly. In the beginning, it's only 50 purple crystals a day. Now, it's slowly increasing to 300 purple crystals, and it's still increasing. If one day it rises to the point where it needs 10,000 purple crystals a day," he said in a daze, "how many years has it been?" "I've hunted spirit beasts and earned purple crystals by selling their inner cores. Later, when it rose to 80 purple crystals a day, I realized that I couldn't afford it like this. So, I went to accept rewards from blood payers. I could earn at least 3,000 purple crystals for each mission. I accepted several missions at the same time. After all these years, I've become numb to killing people. But my master's consumption is getting bigger and bigger. Now, I'm already mentally and physically exhausted, but I've never thought of giving up." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "Mentally and physically exhausted. The time when you'll feel uncomfortable is yet to come." Wei Wuyan suddenly thought of something. He grabbed Chu Yang's hand and asked earnestly, "Little brother, can you cure this purple crystal hand?" Chu Yang shook his head silently. Wei Wuyan let go of his hand. His face was full of despair. Chu Yang said helplessly, "It's not that I can't cure it, but with my current level, I still can't cure it." Chu Yang was also helpless. He didn't expect that he would encounter such insidious techniques, one after another. The purple crystal hand was more insidious than any other martial arts, and there was no cure for it. Only heavy pills and heaven-splitting divine technique could cure it. But these two things were on one person. Tribulation Sword Master. Wei Wuyan was overjoyed. "Little brother, you mean as long as your cultivation and medical skills improve, you can still cure it?" Chu Yang nodded and said, "For my martial arts, I have to wait until the 1st or 7th stage to expel the harm of the purple crystal hand. And now I'm only at the 3rd stage." He wasn't lying. He couldn't give heavy pills to outsiders now, and the heaven-splitting divine technique was only at the beginning of the basic stage. It would only start to develop after he got the 5th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. But if he wanted to use the heaven-splitting divine technique to cure the purple crystal hand, he had to at least get the 5th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. "I can wait." Wei Wuyan's eyes were brimming with tears. His master could finally be saved. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit also became excited. "Ask him, who's the person who did this to his master? This purple crystal hand contains a big secret. We have to find that person. We must find him." Today's first update. Begging for votes. Chapter 873. According to what I know, this purple crystal hand has already been lost. Chu Yang asked, intentionally or unintentionally, "How was your master attacked by others? Is there anyone in the world who can use this kind of martial arts?" Wei Wuyan nodded. Yes, that year my teacher fought with the law enforcement master of the torture hall. After he came back, he realized that his injuries were very strange, and he needed to use purple crystals to suppress them. Then, he immediately brought me to live in seclusion. Later, he realized that the place where we used to live had been burned to the ground. Chu Yang murmured, "Law enforcement master of the torture hall." Chu Yang didn't expect that this matter was related to the law enforcement officers again. In the calamity space, the sword spirit roared ferociously. "You must seriously injure this law enforcement master of the torture hall. As long as you don't want his life, the heavier the better. The heavier the better." Chu Yang sweated. "What's wrong with you?" "The purple crystal hand is one of the few unique martial arts that I can't master," the sword spirit said excitedly. "To practice the purple crystal hand, one must be in a completely enclosed purple crystal mine, using the aura of the complete purple crystal to cultivate and extracting the aura of death from the purple crystal. Once it's completed, then the purple crystal hand must be suppressed with the purple crystal." Chu Yang said, "Of course I know this. Do you want the purple crystal mine?" "No," the sword spirit said angrily. "Why do I want the purple crystal mine?" "Because the first section of the Calamity Sword has a characteristic, which is purple aura from the east. Only in such a place can it be hidden for 10,000 years. In other words, there's more than a 50% chance of finding the first section of the Calamity Sword in a place where one can practice the purple crystal hand. And as long as you completely injure the person who practices the purple crystal hand and injure his foundation, he can only recover after returning to the place where he practices the purple crystal hand. In this way, we can follow the clues and find the first section of the Calamity Sword," the sword spirit said hurriedly. "I see." Chu Yang's heart also started to beat rapidly. He only knew the whereabouts of the first 5 sections of the Calamity Sword, but he didn't have any clue about the rest. He didn't expect to get the news of the first section of the Calamity Sword here. This is really a surprise. Good people will be rewarded. Divine, Dr. Chu's eyes were brimming with tears. If I didn't save Wei Wuyan, how could I obtain such important information? When the sword spirit heard the words, "A doctor has the heart of a parent," he immediately became silent. Only her heart was filled with disdain. "You really dare to say this? If it wasn't, would you have saved Wei Wuyan?" "What do you mean by a doctor with the heart of a parent?" "Bullshit. Where is that person?" Chu Yang asked. "He's in Enforcer City." Wei Wuyan was a little dejected. "Law Enforcement City is full of experts. I've only been there once, and I was almost buried there. In the end, I escaped from the dog hole at the side of Law Enforcement City. Since we have his whereabouts, that makes things easier." Chu Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart, but he still couldn't suppress it. He said, "Since that's the case, let me think about how to temporarily suppress your master's illness." "That's great, that's great!" Chu Yang didn't even have time to shout out excitedly before Wei Wuyan had already gotten excited. When Wei Wuyan knew that Chu Yang actually had the ability to temporarily suppress the purple crystal hand, he was so excited that he almost forgot himself. He held Chu Yang's hand and said, "Little brother, from today onwards, I'll follow you. Wherever you go, I'll go." He had already made up his mind. No matter where Chu Yang went, he would resolutely follow him. He would rather die than leave Chu Yang. Firstly, it was to repay Chu Yang's kindness. He would protect Chu Yang's safety all the way. Secondly, he would come back to treat his master's purple crystal hand when Chu Yang's cultivation advanced to the next level. "Follow me all the way. Protect me?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Wei Wuyan nodded affirmatively. "Are you sure you won't regret it in the future?" Chu Yang frowned. "I advise you to think about it carefully. Following me is full of troubles." Wei Wuyan laughed and said heroically, "I'm the #1 blood payer and I've caused so much trouble. Why would I be afraid of any trouble?" Of course, I won't regret it. Chu Yang nodded with relief. That's great. As long as you don't regret it, I've decided to agree to your request. Wei Wuyan said ecstatically, Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thinking that he was about to get rid of that kind of huge debt, he couldn't help but feel refreshed. His body didn't seem to hurt anymore. Chu Yang was also in a good mood. Finally, I have a personal bodyguard. In the space of tribulation, the sword spirit looked at Wei Wuyan with some pity and said, This guy, it's really hard on him. He's actually so excited as if he's picked up a treasure. This poor guy probably doesn't know that following the Tribulation Sword Master is really much more dangerous and difficult than being the number 1 blood payer. It's at least 100 times more dangerous. And he's actually so relieved. Wei Wuyan chuckled and said happily, Then, when are we going to visit my master? Let's walk all the way to the White Mang Mountain, which is thousands of miles away, where my master lives in seclusion. Chu Yang said, No hurry, I have 3 friends ahead. We'll set off together when we meet. How would Wei Wuyan know that the 3 friends that Chu Yang mentioned were the culprits, one Renjie and the others, who had caused him to end up like this? Hearing this, he said seriously, No problem. Since they're your friends, then they're my friends too. Don't worry, with me around, no one can hurt you. He actually took charge of everything. Wei Wuyan's injuries had just recovered, and he hadn't fully recovered yet. So he could only sit in the carriage to recuperate. However, under Chu Yang's care, he had already recovered to normal after only 1.5 days. This made Wei Wuyan even more confident that Chu Yang could cure his master's purple crystal hand. Feeling the abundant cultivation, and freely moving his waist and legs that he thought that he would never be able to recover, Wei Wuyan was extremely satisfied. Even his character seemed to have become more cheerful. Along the way, Chu Yang's barbecue skills were also praised by Wei Wuyan. This number 1 blood payer now came whenever he smelled the aroma, sat down and drank. He was very casual. In his heart, he thought, Anyway, I can't pay off what I owe in this life. So what's the harm in owing more? He was actually full of the mentality of a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water. When Wei Wuyan had such a mentality, he definitely didn't expect that this debt would be forever. Along the way, Chu Yang was practicing martial arts, playing with Chu Lu-er and amusing her. After Wei Wuyan recovered from his injuries, he played the role of a coachman. He sat upright on the horse's back, holding a whip in his hand and a worn-out Wuyan sword on his waist. Even his eyes had regained their turbidity. At first glance, he really looked like a poor coachman. After 3 days, they finally arrived at the agreed location. This place was just like what Chu Yang had said earlier. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the scenery was beautiful. After passing through the dense forest and suddenly seeing this place, one's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. An incomparably beautiful feeling arose in one's heart. This was a lake, and the water was clear. It was like a mirror, surrounded by mountains and lush trees. It was quiet and serene. It could be seen that it had been a long time since anyone had appeared here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a beautiful natural scenery without any traces of destruction. At this moment, both Wei Wuyan and Chu Yang had a feeling of being far away from the mortal world, only in a dream. After a long time, Wei Wuyan sighed softly. This place really makes one unable to bear to do anything here. Even talking seems to disturb this beautiful atmosphere. Chu Yang nodded and admitted, Yes, this is indeed an ideal place in a dream. If one can live in seclusion in such a place for the rest of one's life, that would really be the day of the immortals. Wei Wuyan became silent. After a long time, he said, Live in seclusion for the rest of one's life. I've thought about it before, and I'm very eager to do so. But now, seeing this place and hearing the words, live in seclusion for the rest of one, I'm actually a little uncertain, and even a little unwilling. Chu Yang said deeply, I can understand your feelings. Wei Wuyan smiled. Looking at Chu Yang's eyes, he knew that Chu Yang truly understood his feelings at this moment. He couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in his heart. That was when one still had concerns in this mortal world, and felt that one's life's ambitions had yet to be fulfilled. But at this time, one found an ideal place to live in seclusion. That was when one made the decision to leave this paradise even after the contradiction and spiritual conflict. Only then would one feel a sudden sense of melancholy in one's heart. Leduo is ultimately a Leduo. When you discover your final Leduo one day, you will instead turn around and leave with an indescribable feeling. You will even do something that is absolutely opposite to your heart's Leduo. You will run away with your heart's Leduo. Chu Yang stood quietly by the lake, and his heart was filled with emotions. In these few days, Chu Yang had chatted with Wei Wuyan all the way, and he finally confirmed that Wei Wuyan was indeed a trustworthy person. This person never owed anyone anything in his life. In order to extend his master's life, this person had played the role of an ascetic monk for 100 years. Over these years, he had earned tens of millions of purple crystals, but he himself couldn't distinguish between them, and he was destitute. He clearly knew that his master's injury was a bottomless pit, and sooner or later, it would drag him to his death. But Wei Wuyan had never given up easily. He clearly knew that it was a pit of eternal damnation, but he persisted for 100 years. He didn't keep a single piece of the purple crystals that he had earned. He gave them all to his master, and they turned into a pile of meaningless powder in his master's hands. If this kind of person wasn't trustworthy, then in this world, there weren't many people who could be trusted. A cry of joy came from the carriage. Chu Luo popped her head out and discovered this lake. She jumped out excitedly and ran all the way over. While running, she threw off her shoes and jumped into the lake barefoot. Then, she thought of something and turned back with a red face. "I want to take a bath. You're not allowed to look." Chu Yang and Wei Wuyan laughed. They pulled up a curtain to cover Chu, and then both of them sat under a tree, breathing in the fresh air here. Both of them were so happy and comfortable that they didn't want to talk. This was a kind of absolute relaxation from the body to the soul. After a long, long time, Chu Yang asked, as if he was sleep-talking, "Brother Wei, do you want to owe me more?" Wei Wuyan also said, as if he was in a dream, "Yes, begging for a few monthly votes. Tomorrow I'll explode. I can't not explode. But I don't dare to write 10 chapters a day anymore. God knows that's a kind of feeling of almost dying. I'm in a trance, so sleepy that I can't sleep. After taking Valium and sleeping for a while, my legs feel weak when I wake up. That kind of feeling almost makes me think that I've contracted myasthenia gravis. What a terrible feeling. Brothers and sisters, help me. Vote a few more monthly votes tonight to hold on. I'll wake up early tomorrow morning to write, and there should be an update in the morning." Chapter 874. Wei Wuyan definitely didn't expect that he owed Chu Yang a huge favor once again. After the shock, Wei Wuyan felt the powerful energy in his body and a brand new feeling that he had never experienced before. He couldn't help but be stunned. "Leduo, I've become a supreme martial artist." Wei Wuyan couldn't believe this result. He had become a supreme martial artist, and a first-grade supreme martial artist at that. Wei Wuyan had been stuck at the peak of the martial saint level for many years. He had tried to break through to the first-grade supreme martial artist countless times, but it was all in vain. He knew that his cultivation and mental cultivation weren't there yet, so he relaxed his mentality and waited for the right conditions. However, the failure to break through so many times was a huge blow to Wei Wuyan. Now, when someone asked him, "Do you want to owe me another favor?" he casually said sure. Then he actually became a supreme martial artist because of this favor. Wei Wuyan felt that he was dreaming. He even poked his thigh with the Wuyan sword and felt the pain that seeped into his bones. Only then did he believe that this was real. "This is the purple cloud pill?" Wei Wuyan asked Chu Yang in disbelief. "Yes." Chu Yang proudly crossed his arms and looked at him. But Wei Wuyan's brain didn't listen to him. "Isn't the purple cloud pill a forbidden medicine for law enforcement officers?" He frowned and was even more confused. "And I heard that the purple cloud pill doesn't have any effect on martial saints. What's going on?" When Wei Wuyan said this, Chu Yang suddenly remembered. He vaguely remembered that Han Shaoran had mentioned before that the purple cloud pill could only be used to raise the cultivation of a high-level monarch to the saint level. But he also said that the purple cloud pill had no effect on the saint level. But after the sword spirit modified the purple cloud pill, he clearly said that it could be used by martial saints. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit smiled proudly. "I personally made the purple cloud pill noodles and the top-grade spiritual medicine. Jade, snow spirit ginseng. How can it be the same as the medicine made by those ordinary people? When you get the 5th fragment of the tribulation sword, I'll remake the purple cloud pill, and it can also raise the cultivation of a supreme martial artist." Chu Yang coughed twice and said to Wei Wuyan solemnly, "This is the purple cloud pill that my master personally concocted. My master is a medicine saint. How can the efficacy of his medicine be compared with that of the law enforcement officers? The law enforcers can't, but this one can." Wei Wuyan was indescribably shocked. "Your master is really a peerless genius." Chu Yang nodded proudly. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit grinned in satisfaction. "Master." At this moment, Chu Lu had already emerged from the lake. She was dressed neatly and her hair was dripping with water. She pouted and said, "Big brother, help me comb my hair." Chu Yang laughed and said, "Okay, I'll comb your hair." As he spoke, he took out a comb and began combing his younger sister's hair. Wei Wuyan said enviously, "You siblings have such a good relationship." Chu Yang said, "I only have one sister. Of course, I would love and cherish her like a treasure." Wei Wuyan sighed and said with a little melancholy, "I remember back then. I also had a younger sister." As he spoke, he was a little lost in thought. Chu Yang smiled quietly and didn't say anything. He knew that Wei Wuyan's heart must be very sour now that he had recalled the past. Thus, he didn't disturb him anymore. "Chu Lu!" Er's bright eyes turned, and she didn't say anything. After a long while, Wei Wuyan said with a hoarse voice, "My younger sister wasn't suitable for cultivation. She got married and had many grandchildren. She lived until she was 80 years old and died without any illness. When she was dying, I was by her side. The last time I combed her hair, I was the one who combed her hair. My younger sister held my hand and said that if there was a next life, she would still be willing to be my younger sister." Wei Wuyan choked, and his Adam's apple moved up and down a few times. He didn't say anything else. Looking at Chu Yang combing Chu Lu's hair, his eyes were full of envy. "How I wish to comb my younger sister's hair again." Chu Yang and Chu didn't say anything. They just stood quietly. One was sitting and the other was standing. Behind them was an infinitely beautiful scenery of the lake and mountains. A young man was combing his younger sister's hair with a face full of tenderness. At the side, someone was watching with infinite envy. All of these combined to form a beautiful picture. Chu Lu's hair was much thicker. Obviously, during this period of time, her body had recovered very well. The pain of the abscess that had plagued her for more than 10 years was suddenly gone. During this period of time, Chu Yang, the peerless doctor, had also prepared food for her according to her body's needs. Her body was now as healthy as the healthiest girl. Chu Yang was combing her hair. When the comb slid to the middle of her shiny black hair, he suddenly felt that his hand was gently grabbed by Chu Lu. He couldn't help but be startled and looked at Chu Lu. Chu Lu turned back and looked at her brother. With a smile in her eyes and deep affection, She said softly, "Big brother, if there is a next life, I would still be willing to be your younger sister." Sigh. Chu Yang's hand trembled. Wei Wuyan, who was at the side, suddenly let out a muffled cough from his throat. Then he turned his head abruptly. 2 drops of tears fell to the ground as he turned his head. This tranquil lakeside was filled with a sentimental atmosphere in an instant. Chu Lu let go of her hand and sat down obediently, allowing Chu Yang to comb her hair. Chu Yang's movements were gentle and practiced. Chu Lu couldn't help but giggle. She said, "Big brother, you're quite skilled. Did you comb girls' hair often in the past?" Chu Yang coughed and said me, "I combed your sister-in-law's hair often some time ago. I've become proficient in it." Chu Lu, I was immediately interested. "My sister-in-law, what does she look like?" Chu Yang rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, "About the same as you." Chu Lu wrinkled her little nose. Liar. She thought to herself, since she's my sister-in-law, she should be at least 17 or 18 years old, right? No matter how smart this little girl is, she would never think that her sister-in-law is even younger than her now. A typical soybean sprout. Big brother is really a good man. You even comb sister-in-law's hair. Chu Lu had a longing look on her face. Sister-in-law is pretty, right? Chu Yang coughed again. About the same as you. Chu Lu giggled and said, "Big brother, why didn't you bring sister-in-law back to take a look? Where's sister-in-law now?" Chu Yang sighed and thought to himself, if I bring that little grandaunt back now, I'll have to coax these 2 little girls at the same time. That'll really kill me. Both of them are hard to please at this moment. Wei Wuyan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly raised his head with a vigilant look on his face. He clearly felt that there were 3 strong auras coming towards them rapidly, and they were very familiar with them. His eyes flashed, and he was filled with murderous intent. In the forest opposite, the 3 auras stopped. A voice said in bewilderment, "What's going on? Why does it seem like there's an enemy in front? It makes me feel very wrong." Another person said, "Yes, it's creepy." Another voice said, "Big senior brother and second senior brother are right." Chapter 875. Wei Wuyan roared and flew into the woods like a big bird. He clapped his palms together, and a thunderous sound was heard. "3 bastards!" The 3 people reacted at the same time. I was wondering why it felt familiar. "It's this guy." The 4 of them fought fiercely. The moment their chi came into contact with each other, the calm surface of the lake was suddenly stirred up like a typhoon. The lake water was swept up into the sky, reaching a height of 1,000 feet. When it fell back down, it was already turbid. The latest chapter of the Holy Hall. The wind whistled, and countless trees flew into the air. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. It was extremely terrifying. This was just the beginning. The small world that was still quiet and peaceful just now suddenly became a mess. There was no longer any beautiful, artistic conception. Chu Yang sighed deeply. Wei Wuyan was full of confidence. He felt that it would be a piece of cake to deal with these 3 guys after he became a supreme martial artist. But he didn't expect that it would be even more difficult. The other party's cultivation seemed to have increased along with his cultivation. Could it be that the power of the joint attack technique had increased? Wei Wuyan was puzzled, but he didn't relax his hands. "Stop!" Chu Yang shouted. "He's one of us!" The 4 people were confused at the same time. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang had already rushed in like a whirlwind. The 4 people were afraid of hurting him, so they all landed on the ground. "4th brother," Wan Renja said puzzledly. "How did this bastard become one of us?" "Yes, 4th brother," Cheng Duing said sullenly. "He's our enemy." "Little brother, big brother, and second brother are right." Bao Buhuan scratched his head and said, Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He's indeed one of us. As he said, Wei Wuyan also came over. What's going on? Chu Yang said doubtfully, Didn't I tell you that I saved 3 people before saving you? It's the 3 of them. What's wrong with Net? Do you know them? We know them. The 4 people were a little dizzy at the same time. We don't just know them. These 3 guys aren't good people. Wei Wuyan pulled Chu Yang over and solemnly warned, You have to be careful. Wan Renjia pulled Chu Yang over and said seriously, Fourth brother, this guy is not a good person. Why are you with him? This guy is a money grubber. He'll do anything for money. The 2 of them each pulled one of Chu Yang's arms and glared at each other like tigers watching their prey. Chu Yang said helplessly, He's really one of us. He said to Wan Renjia, Big brother, I met this brother Wei a few days ago. He was injured, so I helped him a little and saved his life. Wan Renjia stared back at him. You saved him? How can you save this bastard? He wants to use my head to exchange for the bounty. My fucking big head is only worth 70,000 purple crystals in his eyes. Chu Yang said to Wei Wuyan, This is Wan Renjia, my sworn brother. At that time, their situation was similar to yours. The process was also similar, Wei Wuyan said angrily. How can I not know that? If it weren't for these 3 bastards, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state that I need your help. Cheng Duiying said angrily, What nonsense is this? If you didn't take the initiative to find fault with us, why would we make things difficult for you? If we can't even fill our stomachs, how would we have nothing to do? Wei Wuyan said angrily, Nonsense. Who doesn't want to eat? If it weren't for the fact that your big brother's head is valuable, I wouldn't even bother to lay my hands on him. Listen, listen, listen. Wan Renjia was so angry that his whole body trembled. Fourth brother, let go of me. I must twist off his head and kick it like a ball today. If I can't do it, I'll let you down for helping me raise my cultivation. Wei Wuyan was dumbfounded. Their cultivation was also raised by you? Chu Yang spread out his hands. I have a total of 4 purple cloud pills with me, and the 4 of you have 1 each. It's very equal. The 4 of them felt dizzy at the same time. There's such a coincidence. Then, Chu Yang asked tentatively, We're all friends now. Do you still want to fight? The 4 of them looked at each other and became discouraged at the same time. Wan Renjia glared at him and said, Wei Wuyan, do you still want to kill me? Wei Wuyan turned his head and said lightly, I'm suddenly not interested in your head anymore. Wan Renjia said angrily, You can kill me whenever you want and not kill me whenever you want? What do you mean? Seeing that the 2 of them were about to quarrel again, Chu Yang hurriedly mediated. Chu Lu also ran over to mediate. When Wan Renjia saw Chu Lu, his eyebrows and eyes immediately softened. He asked about Wei Wuyan's well-being and didn't have time to care about him anymore. Net. Everyone sat down and prepared to eat. Then both sides were puzzled. Chu Yang had no choice but to tell Wei Wuyan about how he saved Wan Renjia and the other 2. Then he told them about how he saved Wei Wuyan again. He talked until his mouth was dry. Before he finished, the food was ready. So he talked while eating. Wan Renjia and the others instantly felt better. It turns out that this guy is more miserable than us. Ha! Cheng Duiying laughed out loud. This is really retribution for the wicked. Wei Wuyan thought that he was an invincible hero, but who knew that he would step into the gates of hell and end up like this because of a wild beast. This is really satisfying. Wei Wuyan said angrily, What wild beast? You find a wild beast to see if it's powerful or not. That's a 10th grade spirit beast. 10th grade. Cheng Duiying curled his lips. No matter whether it's a 10th grade spirit beast or a 1st grade spirit beast, it's a fact that you were bullied by a beast. And you almost died. If it weren't for our 4th brother, you'd be a pile of bones now. Well, In this case, you owe us a favor. Bao Buhuan interrupted. Second brother, you're wrong. What do you mean by a pile of bones? If it weren't for our fourth brother, he'd be a pile of feces now. Chu Luer vomited. Wan Renjie turned his head and was very unhappy. What are you talking about? Why are you talking about feces when we're eating? Can you not talk about feces when we're eating in the future? Do you know that people will vomit if they talk about feces when they're eating? He said that he didn't want them to talk about feces, but his mouth was full of feces. Chu Lu covered her mouth and ran out. She ran behind a tree and started to vomit. Wan Renjie was furious at once. He glared at Bao Buhuan and said, "Tell me, what should I say to you? I told you not to talk about feces, but you insisted on talking about feces. Look, Luer is vomiting. It's all your fault for talking about feces." Everyone was speechless. Chu Yang was chewing a piece of meat in his mouth. Suddenly he felt that it was tasteless. He couldn't help but want to vomit. He really couldn't swallow it. Wei Wuyan and Cheng Duiying also stopped eating and looked at Wan Renjie with strange expressions. Chu Luer finally came back. "Lu, are you okay?" Wan Renjie went up to her considerately and said with heartache, "It's all this guy's fault for talking about feces when we're eating. I've already scolded him. He won't talk about feces when we're eating in the future." Chu Luer vomited and ran back again. Wei Wuyan couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and punched Wan Renjie in the face. Then he went up to Wan Renjie and gnashed his teeth. "I'll fucking let you talk about feces. Today I'll beat you into feces." Wan Renjie was furious. "Second brother, third brother, come quickly." Cheng Duiying and Bao Buhuan swallowed their saliva and looked on gloatingly. Their inaction caused Wan Renjie to suffer a solid beating. Wei Wuyan rode on his body and was as heavy as a mountain. He waved his fists and smashed them down one by one. Banging sounds could be heard. After a long time, Wan Renjie sat there with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He kept complaining that his three brothers didn't have the code of brotherhood. They didn't help their big brother when he was being beaten up. This was simply outrageous. The three of them just took his words as nonsense and ignored him. After a long time, Bao Buhuan finally said, "Big brother, to be honest, I'm already very loyal to my big brother for not beating you up together with him." Chu Yang and Cheng Duiying nodded repeatedly. They felt that Bao Buhuan's words really touched their hearts. Wan Renjie was stunned. "Why?" Wei Wuyan, Chu Yang, Cheng Duiying, Bao Buhuan, and Chu Lu all said in unison, "Feces." Wan Renjie's face was full of saliva in the afternoon. Everyone washed up by the lake and felt refreshed. Then they lay on the beach and chatted. "Big brother, have you done that thing?" Chu Yang asked casually. "Don't mention it," Wan Renjie and the other two said sulkily. "We really didn't have the chance to do it." "What?" Chu Yang suddenly sat up. "What happened?" "Both clans are heavily guarded. During this period of time, they started to assassinate each other without us doing anything. They've already become jittery and paranoid. When we went there, they were almost in the same lineup, close to each other and watching each other. Those on guard outside are all experts. We didn't have the chance to do anything at all." Wan Renjie said, "And this time, the Yi clan has hidden a supreme martial artist here. Once we do it, we don't have the confidence to escape. That way, we won't be able to achieve the purpose of framing them." He sighed. "Our supreme martial artist is fake. Theirs is the real deal. There's no way to compare." Chu Yang frowned. "How can there be a supreme martial artist in charge of this kind of conflict? This doesn't make sense." Cheng Duiying said, "I heard that the supreme martial artist is Yi Shirsan's backer or someone else. But no matter what, there's definitely a supreme martial artist in charge." Chu Yang nodded silently and said, "So you didn't do anything?" "We didn't do anything." Wan Renjie felt a little embarrassed. He lowered his voice and said, "That's because I wanted to come back and discuss with fourth brother." "Since you didn't do anything, we might as well make a new plan Chuyang said. This isn't a problem. Draw a map for me later and point out the positions of both parties. Then, we'll do it together with old Wei. Wei Wuyan said, if little brother says to do it, I'll do it. But if little brother doesn't say to do it, I won't help them. Wan Renjia was furious. Who wants your help? Both parties were about to quarrel again. Chuyang was very annoyed. He raised his hands and surrendered. Can you stop quarreling? The two snorted and looked at each other fiercely. Then they lay back on the beach. It was night time. The five of them abandoned the carriage and covered their faces. Carrying Chu Lu on his back, Wei Wuyan quietly used his lightness kung fu to travel 500 miles and came to the edge of the Black Pine Forest. This side is from the Yi clan. 7 to 8 miles away from here is the Shao clan, Wan Renjia quietly reminded Chuyang. Get ready to act. Chuyang's eyes were cold. We have to fulfill Big Brother's wish before we leave. Second update. I continue to write. Third update. The first update is short of 1,000 words. I'll make up for it in the fourth update. Once he went online, he was shocked. In the blink of an eye, I'm behind by more than 100 votes. What the heck? It's so miserable. I'm not being penetrated, but directly penetrated. Brothers, the horn of counterattack is blown. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.